Let's get dooming.
And
Are we live?
yes, we are live.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Doom Legacy of Frost.
Yeah, welcome back. Just got the link. At everyone. Hey. Okay. Alright. Alright. Yeah, Descending Inferno.
Alright.
Okay. Ah, fuck.
Honestly, when I open the door and there's two guys and they're shooting at each other, I just let them have it out of each other. Saves ammo. Also in the game.
Yeah. Hmm. Oh, there's things way over there, so Oh, great. Built a factory in Lava Land.
Yeah, I mean, how else are you going to power all your machinery? Just got to, you know, pump lava into it. Like you do in, like, every Minecraft mod.
Oh, the gargoyle apparently. Yeah. Gotta be careful here. Since monsters have infinite height. Damn it!
Well, no going back.
No, there's going back.
Of course there's going back.
Hi.
Ah, the fuck!
I was less late than I thought it'd be. Thankfully.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yippee.
God, that guy got the both barrels and he was like the basic pistol guy.
Yeah?
You just like obliterated him.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, I panicked.
Yeah, no, it's like you didn't have the time to change there. It's
Thank
yeah. Like, it's not like you BFG'd him or like fired a rocket or something, but it's still
Yeah.
give him both barrels, I guess.
Oh,
it's
fun.
Soul Spear. This is definitely safe to pick up.
Yep. Okay, that's secret 2. Secret 3 is like after.
Yeah, the Soul Spear is traditionally the thing that you put in the middle of a trap.
Oh yeah. I remember Hectic.
Oh, chainsaw. You've already got.
Yep.
You should be able to dual wield them.
Oh, that would be. I mean, you kind of could in Doom 64. It was a
It's
double.
ID choppers, not chopper.
Yeah. Checking on the stream. We're good.
Nice.
There? Yeah, that's a Mancubus.
Yeah. Unless you're like in a place where you have absolutely nowhere to dodge, and Mancubus is usually the least threatening enemy.
Yeah?
And I know they've got a ton of, well, they got a fair bit of health, and they do a lot of damage if they hit you. But they're very slow to react, and they can just bring out a chain gun again, and they never fire back. It's such a low pain threshold. combination of the like even an average pain threshold with their massive wind up to attack. Yeah, this is a little different on fast monsters though.
Yeah.
Have a fuel can. Yeah, I've actually been spending the last couple of days watching videos about Doom modding and playing Doom mods.
Oh,
Nice.
neat. Ah, fuck, I can't.
So for once I actually have things to say.
Hooray.
I was actually like watching a retrospective on like horror games in Doom, which then led to me watching like deep dives on individual videos and individual WODs from that video, which then led to me just looking for the last several years of Cackle Wars to see what I've missed.
Yeah, I came here to get the armor. Oh, red key.
Which means I've got stuff like corruption cards downloaded, which is at the start of every level you get a choice of 3 penalties, things like, oh, imps fire faster, or like shotgunners move quicker, or pistol guys can eat other monsters to hide them, which was a weird one. But it's like basically
Kirby?
it starts building up more and more ridiculous like debuffs on you or buffs to monsters until you've got like, yeah, every imp fires BFG bolts and they can hide inside other monsters and jump out at you.
Oh my god, that's
Like,
so
oh
funny.
no.
There's one.
And
Oh,
every 3 levels you get a permanent one of those, but every level you get like a temporary, like, this is just for this level.
Huh.
And it apparently works with all kinds of mods. Like, if you got modded monsters in your Doom episode, then it just goes, yeah, okay, we'll just add them to the pool of monsters that can get buffed.
Huh. Oh, that's great.
neat.
I heard about because it came up in a video about the Ghouls Forest series, same creator. What else was there? There's a lot of little mapping challenges that had funny results, like the speed mapping ones, like people just making maps quickly so you can see what they can do. Or at least the completely insane ones like Good Wad, which is bizarre to say the least. And what's this other one called? Oh yeah, Pocket Slaughter I think was a speed mapping one. It's every map is like a very small room, and usually there's some puzzle to the combat in it. And it kind of reminds me of older sets of maps like that, like Cyber Dreams, the one where you have to kill a cyber demon on every single level. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking a lot about this.
No, it's fine. We love it when you talk
Like,
a
I
lot.
have a big list of, well, I have a whole folder of WODs downloaded after rounding up the like base game from my old hard drive.
Nice.
Because I'm not buying Doom like a 9th time.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I understand.
That
Yeah.
money is not going to anyone involved in the original creation of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but. Yeah,
Survive.
Yeah.
I'm a.
I was gonna say, I do appreciate that the Steam release, though, does have, like, hey, here's
Yeah,
like
that's
you
got
get
extra
Doom,
stuff
like
there,
yeah,
like
you get extra stuff,
development.
and here's Doom and Doom 2. And I'm like, no, that's neat actually. I'm great. Like I'm kind of shocked that it wasn't just like that from the beginning, because it's like it's Doom. Like come on, you just. But you know, at least eventually it's like, yeah, here's both Dooms and some extras, like goodies. But yeah, no, I totally get that. That's one thing I kind of despise, honestly, about like the whole like thing of like these big companies like, oh, we're just gonna keep remaking games forever, and it's like, hey, like none of the money from this is gonna go to the people who like actually made the original, and you're not gonna like port the original so that people can appreciate like how, you know, like what it was, you know, instead of just like the version with all the new stuff and maybe random things taken in or out that
Yeah.
like maybe like, you know, if like I don't know, it's something I think about when like about older games of like, you know, it's nice to actually get them like to try to experience them as, you know, how they, you know, a bit, at least a bit of how they were like when they originally came out. I say a bit because sometimes it's nice to have the like some higher textures or whatever that like emulators or whatever can like give. Like that is nice, but it's like, you know, there's a lot like that just gets taken away. Sometimes it's for the better, sometimes for the worse. Especially since I suddenly remember some of the like, God, what was it? Like Jack and Daxter PS3 collection that like
Yeah.
they're straight up like more bugs introduced or like things broke, and I still remember Sly Cooper like, oh, here's the Sly Cooper collection on the PS3. I'm like, oh, cool, I love Sly Cooper, and then just one of the boss battle breaks, and it's like game kind of component to it, but the music's off sync, and they never released a patch for it. And it's like,
Oh,
great.
I expected it to be. They didn't license the music, so they replaced it with another one that doesn't match up anymore.
Oh no!
That does happen in remakes.
That does happen.
Oh.
Yeah. What was I doing
Yeah.
there?
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm reminded of Metal Gear Solid 2. I think like they had to take out like the music at like the very start of the game, which is wild because it's so good. But it's like they actually never got the rights to it in the first place, and it's like, oh, how did they fuck up like that? Like what?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's you know, it's a wild trip, and it's, God, I want to say, oh yeah, sometimes it's nice, you know, it's very important, especially for the sake of like, you know, a lot of people get their idea of like, oh, this is how, you know, this game was from like some YouTuber, and it's like, you know, like people will have kind of weird revisionist takes about like video games or video gaming history, where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, this is how games were like back then. And it's like, no, they weren't. Like, you're playing like a weird port of the game or something. They weren't like this. And you're just telling people that they're all like this, actually. And it's like, I don't know, I'm doing a bit better, but I wasn't doing so hot earlier today. But, yeah, I'm still struggling to, like, get my point across. But yeah, no, it's just,
Yeah.
it's interesting to think about, like, you know, I guess game preservation in a sense, and also just to, you know, it's nice to be able to see how a game was, like, when it came out, instead of just like, oh, here's everything, and like, oh, this is the best game ever. And, you know, just kind of, I'm trying to think, I know there's games like that, I'm just trying to think about which game in particular of like, people are like, oh man, this game was so good. How could anyone ever disliked it? And it's like, oh, when it originally came out, it was incredibly buggy.
Yeah.
Like, or there's other stuff going on. Like, oh no, I can easily imagine something that may happen. Where I know there's like the this isn't like a real case scenario, but like you can kind of see where I'm going at. Where someone I know there's a project to like to make Sonic 06 but not buggy and not take like a bajillion years to load. And it's like
Yeah.
if you somehow only played that version of the game, you'd be like, oh, how could anyone ever hate Sonic 06? It's
Yeah,
like it's not
'cause-
like perfect, but it's like it's
Like,
definitely
Oh yeah,
a
the
suitable
story
game.
isn't that great, but at least everything actually works. It's like it didn't work, so
It didn't work though, and
pointedly, it did not work on release. It's so poorly put together in a lot of ways. And the thing is, those were fixed. Like, oh my god, what was that?
That's a party.
that is a party.
Yeah, that's like so there's it's like the kind of map where you look at the auto map and it's like enemies killed 0 out of 1,000, and you're like,
Oh.
where are all the enemies? And you open the door and it's all 1,000 of them. And there
Yeah.
are maps like that.
Oh dear. I'm glad, mate. I think there was some infighting
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly,
because of all the bolts
that's-
flying.
Yeah, if you open that door and you see all those guys here, first thing you do is back out and let them, clear out that front row.
Oh yeah. God.
There's no
So
reason
funny.
to rush in there and get killed.
Yeah. Do. I love this song, by the way. I forgot to mention that earlier.
Yeah.
Is this like a custom one, or is this from like
Custom.
okay.
It's custom, but it's in the Doom sound font, so it's gonna
Yeah.
sound. It's gonna sound like a Doom song.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Pinky's trying to get 2 other enemies.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I think I should, since I was talking about the video game thing, I still should talk about the reverse. Because what if someone plays like a remaster, but the remaster just fucking sucks? And it's like, oh man, how did anyone love this? And it's like you're playing the worst version of the game imaginable. Like it was good actually.
Can I
Like-
think of an example? I know this has happened.
Like I mean, I mentioned the Jack and Daxter like PS3 collection
Oh, yeah,
that's just
Daxter, obviously.
which was just a mess. But I know that's happened with other games, and sorry, I'm just also now thinking about how there's people who are like, oh man, the Silent Hill 2 remake is great, and I'm like, y'all are actually playing that? Like I'm not even paying attention to it because Blobber Team, but it's like I'm also just thinking like, no, there's people who their only exposure to Silent Hill 2 is going to be this remake. And that's wild to me, right? Then again, it didn't help that like Konami didn't really preserve the original game. Like, there was the PS3 collection of that, which all the font was like Comic Sans, and like it was missing a lot of the textures because they just didn't save it, which is like,
Oh no.
hey, what do you mean you didn't keep copies of those assets from one of your most like popular like series, right? It's like it's so well known. The Silent Hill, like people fucking love Silent Hill. What do you mean you didn't preserve that? Get out of
Yeah.
here.
I also
There's a
would
similar-
argue that the remake isn't great, and I don't know what those people are talking about.
Yeah. But it's like, there's just people who are gonna play it,
Oh,
like, wow.
crap, it's that.
I love Silent Hill 2. I love over the shoulder camera. I love it when you just sort of have an awkward walk. What's up with that? Why haven't I just walk in the straight line for a weird amount of time when it's like, oh, in the original you're having like a really amazing fucking Dutch angles and like that, bring attention to the environment and everything. You just don't have those in the remake because over the shoulder all the time. It's better, right?
very much
it's-
a very much a decision not made for artistic intent, but because modern games are doing it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which sucks.
I find examples in TV tropes. They have specifically like porting disaster, which is when a port is bad, and then it's like there's nothing about like a remaster being bad.
Yeah, well,
it's categorized as the same thing, and I'm like, great, I cannot actually find anything better. Yeah. Like, so the Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale games, like, they got like enhanced editions, like updated, remixed, fixed bugs, and added in content they didn't have time for, and added in a few new NPCs to recruit, you know?
yeah.
All of them except Icewind Dale 2, because they lost all of the original source code and couldn't do it anymore. Like, they just don't have it. So that's the one that's just missing in this, like, collection of, like, enhanced editions. Yeah, that Cacodemon's fighting the
Mind
Erectron.
It's not an
Huh?
Erectron, it's a Mind Beaver. Because,
A Mind
Okay.
Beaver.
see, they decided Erectron, but with Chain Gun,
Yeah,
Huh.
and not Spider Mastermind.
I mean, yeah, it's an easy enough, like, way to add enemy diversity, I guess.
They're also
What if
total bastards.
Arachnotrons? What if Arachnotrons had a hit scan weapon? Why not?
What if we killed God? And-
What if
No.
we killed God?
How great. That joke didn't come out exactly how I wanted, but like, no, yeah, that works. Though, of like, what if we did? God, now reminded of Angel Beats, which I need to actually go back and finish. Somehow never finished it. It's so good, but it's like, hey, all these teens go to like a purgatory where they have to like work through their feelings and like eventually get like reincarnated back into the world. But it's like they all explicitly are there because they lived incredibly terrible lives. And there's a girl who's like leading a faction who are like, hey, we want to fucking fight God. Actually, what the fuck was that bullshit? Like, we all went through so much like pain and trauma. And what, he just wants us to go back? What if we get reincarnated as like a jellyfish or something? Like, fuck this. We need to fight God, actually. And it's great. It's very silly, but also very heartbreaking, because oh boy, these teens have gone through so much. And God, I just remember someone years ago describing it to me as like, oh, it's the anime where nothing bad happens, and it's like, well, nothing bad happens currently because they already went through it. Is the thing.
The Mind Beaver.
Oh, Weaver. Okay, I thought you said Mind Beaver. Like, this whole time, I was like, the Mind Beaver, and I'm like, yeah, sure. That sounds like something a mod, like a modded mod would add in. The Mind Beaver. Yeah, of course. And, like...
Adding the Mind Beaver as a boss battle. Oh, I remember one of the like Doom randomizers, might be in Roguelike Doom or one of the upper ones in that vein, like had rare versions of every monster. Like you'd get, oh yeah, instead of an imp, this is sometimes randomized into a cyber imp or a nightmare imp or something. And as it got to the boss monsters, it got completely insane variants. Like the lowest sense that is, no, sometimes every Baron of Hell just gets replaced with 2 Barons of Hell, and they're just the Bruiser Brothers. And that's
my
what
God.
you're called in game, and that's like, okay, sure, fair enough. But then there's stuff like the Spider Overmind, the variant of the Spider Mastermind, who can stop time.
What?
It's just like the screen goes black and white for a couple of seconds, and you can still hear it moving.
Oh my god.
Because when it sees you, the first thing it does is stop time and then just unload on you.
Oh my god. Also, good
Yeah.
job clearing this room, James. That was nuts. I didn't want to jinx it by saying it any earlier until you like killed all the enemies here.
It was impressive that I was able to do it in one try.
Yeah, like that's why I didn't want to jinx it. Because I'm like, oh, you only have like 19 health. I don't want to say anything. But yeah, the Bruiser Brothers. It sounds like a very old cartoony, right?
I mean, the
Like-
Bruiser Brothers are the like colloquial like fan name for the 2 Barons of Hell at the end of episode 1 of Doom.
Ah, that's yeah. Okay, that makes
The
sense.
ones who you have to fight in that like really enclosed area with the 2 pillars.
Yeah.
Hence that being like one of their unique variants is, yeah, it's the 2 Barons of Hell with like unique sprites, but that's it.
Oh, there's.
What's going on out there?
Good God, what's going on out there? Aurora Borealis,
Borealis.
localized entirely in hell. May I see it?
No.
No, you don't want to see it.
So I was
Trust
talking
me.
to the maps are like, huh, where are all the enemies? You open the door and there are all the enemies.
God,
It's
I,
like, just go ahead, James.
yeah, yet last time we went through Spirit Drain, which had like 400 monsters. It was like the roughest level.
Goodness.
Yeah, that level should have been half as long.
Yeah,
It just felt like it kept going.
absolutely did. Dang it.
But yeah, so sorry, the original reason I was bringing this up was one of the like Doom horror mods, like a kind of backrooms kind of thing. Well, it was the backrooms, and it's like had a very tense atmosphere where for maybe the first like 20 minutes of the map, you're wandering around and there are no enemies anywhere. You can hear them in the distance sometimes, but you never see them. There's just 0 enemies visible. But the map says there's like 400 of them.
Oh god.
And, you know, eventually you find where the enemies are hiding, and then it becomes like this really tense, like, kind of slaughter map where enemies just pour out of every nook and cranny of the back rooms to ambush you when you're on your way back through it. And, like, if you check the enemy count, it actually keeps going up. So you're secretly just teleporting in more of them.
Oh my god, that's funny.
And like the guy who's playing it is going, wait a second, there were only like 400 enemies before, why is it at 1,000 now?
Oh.
And eventually you get to a point, there are 3 enemies left alive in the map. It's like, okay, it's like cyber demons or spider masterminds or something. You open like the exit door expecting that, and there's just this shadow figure staring at you. Just glitching out, it's like, what? Just unhinges its jaw and screams in like the absurdly smooth animation for the Doom engine. Like, that's the whole joke of it, is just that
Yeah.
with something that clearly doesn't belong in the game, and that chases you back through the back room.
Oh my god, that's great.
At the end, when you're fighting like 2 Barons of Hell, it's like, yeah, at least this isn't the other guy.
Yeah?
Oh, what was this? Gonna have to find. The room you can't escape. Yeah. Yeah. Conveniently, the shadow thing is the thumbnail for this. Yeah, there's quite a few horror mods, and in fact, the earliest one to really fit that, the Aliens Total Conversion, have like either the first level or just the first section of one big level is one that has no enemies in it, to build up tension. The Aliens Total Conversion quite literally had no enemies in the first map. Lots of signs there were enemies in order to like make you panic, but you know,
Huh.
yeah. Obviously that was in the like history of Doom horror maps. Yeah.
Oh, not a horror map, but there was like I saw someone play a Doom map where like they only had one enemy, and where it said it only had one enemy, and that enemy was just a normal pistol guy. But then the walls open up after he dies, and there was a bunch of lost souls. Because lost souls technically don't add to the enemy count unless you're playing one of the ports where they do.
Huh. Fascinating. Get lost souls, idiot.
I think I hurt myself with that one.
Oh no. Yeah. The rocket's very dangerous in such tight quarters.
What you were gonna talk about the map that was in one of these big mod packs way back in the day. I don't think it was what it was TNT or Plutonia. Might be Plutonia too. Anyway, there's a map which has one enemy on it, who is like a shadowy like Doom Marine who teleports around, and he's called Mr. X in the game file. Like obviously there's only one of him in the entire mod pack. So it's meant to be like a big surprise that, oh, this is a unique enemy who just shows up and is the center point of this map. I think you can kill him, but it's like you're kind of intended to like avoid him.
Yeah.
I'll look this up now. Mr. X. Right. This is gonna be impossible to find.
Oh yeah. You know, that said, while you're looking that up, this reminds me of Metroid Fusion because of Samus,
Yeah,
The,
it's something a bit like that.
where it's like, oh, here's a weird, like, fucked up, like, Samus parasite-looking thing that you just have to avoid. Like, which is not always, that's a fun time for a little bit of tension and, some horror. Wonder if there's a fucked up doppelganger and you can't kill them. It's good stuff. I should take a picture of it. There's a kitty sleeping on
I'm not
a
gonna
shirt
be
I
able
was
to find
wearing.
this, but yeah.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, I did also find a Doom mod that's like a kill cam for Doom. It's called frameme.pk3, and it basically like zooms in on the enemy who killed you and gives like their current health and a bunch of other stats, you know? So you know just how close you got.
Oh, that's fun. For a second, I thought you were gonna say it gives them like silly like TF2 usernames or something.
Yeah.
If it doesn't, then it should.
Yeah. Because like whenever I think of kill cams, that's where my brain automatically goes to.
Dominated by Baron of Hell.
It's just like yeah, and just like they get ragdolled by some other thing going on, and have a very silly freeze frame at the end.
I get halfway through a mod pack called Dungeon Synths, which like it's a very musical themed mod pack, as the name suggests. Where is it? I'm just gonna drop a link to that because it's a pretty good mod pack.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do, do, do.
And it's got a lot of like assets and enemies from like other things made in the same engine, or even things from Quake for some reason.
Huh.
Like, there's a lot of stuff that, if not ripped directly from Quake, is deliberately modeled after it. It's really good. It's a great looking mod pack, and it's you know, pretty fun. It definitely has I don't know if they're the exact sprites of the enemies from Blood, but like it has guys who very much act like that. Blood games. Let me check. Yeah, I don't think they're exactly the same as the cultist sprites in that they've got like hood covers their face instead of it being visible. It's very similar.
Is the second I have to put food away?
No.
You know, I'm just gonna dump out the screen caps in here. It's got like giant speakers and synth and all this other stuff there because, you know,
Aw.
musical theme.
Yeah. Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
Is that a custom HUD?
Yeah.
Nice.
At least slightly recolored.
Yeah, but I do like it. Looks fun.
Yeah. and when I was looking through like previous maps made by someone who'd made, I can't remember which map this was, but I found just enter the door, and the screenshots of it are all just of the first room of it, which is the exit door to the entire map. It's just exit the door, it's that simple. Obviously, it's not that simple. The gag is every time you got everything that should open that door, you end up having to fight through another swarm of enemies, and the path just the door moves out of your way.
Oh my god.
Or rather, the first time you come across it's like, oh, you need a blue key to open this. Blue key appears in the closet to your side. You run to get the key, you fall down the pit, you fight your way up, you get that blue key, like, you go to the door, and you notice, like, the only thing that's changed about it is now it has yellow key needed. Like, that is just silently changed.
Oh my god.
It's that kind of map. It's like, it's doing an obvious joke there, but it's still a funny one.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay, how are you going to screw me over this time? I'm just gonna link Goodwad because I think just looking at any of the screenshots we can get an idea of what kind of ridiculous stuff goes on here. Like, I hear a few levels in, there's like a slaughter map setup, like one with a ton of enemies, but instead of it being like, oh, a wall opens up and all the enemies come out at once, it's literally a conveyor belt appears and enemies come in along that one at a time, like immobile but attacking on the conveyor belt.
Oh my god.
And it's just like constantly spewing out more and more. And it's that kind of nonsense.
No, that sounds
Like,
glorious.
Looking at it,
Ah, dang it.
there's based on the Metroid thing there. But like, first map is. If I said the first map is Mario Kart, it would reveal nothing, but also everything. Not literally Mario Kart, but if you play it, you'll go, "This is sure some Mario Kart that I'm playing."
God. I can't wait for the Mario Party Doom mod.
You joke, but
Oh my god, no way.
honestly, I don't think there is one. But there's. I'm thinking of the trolley problem, but it's like the Revenant problem.
Oh yeah, that one. I think that was made by the same guy who did 10,000 Revenants.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Revenant 100. Was it like that tracks?
Oh,
That's you.
Bless you.
for those Caco demons to come to you.
Well,
What? The slowdown. Or at least on my side of the stream. I don't know.
Yeah,
about
it looked
either.
like it just paused on the frame. Ah, where that fireball was about to hit you. Are you having trouble with it?
I'm okay.
Is the stream okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Like, there's some hiccups there, so just wanted to make sure.
Yeah,
And
it's-
squeezies, bless you.
Wow, this is kind of, this is a big tangent, but like recently, I've been really enjoying watching streams on Twitch using a neat thing, or a neat combination of things. One is a program called Chatterino, which is a Twitch chat like client deal that is just really nifty. I can like just turn it on and see like, okay, which channels are like just set like, okay, a tab for this channel or for another one, and then like just see whenever someone's live. And also introduced me to a program called Streamlink, which allows you to open up a stream through a media player, so that you don't have to load in like the whole Twitch webpage and like all the fucking ads that they want or whatever. And it's pretty simple to set up to help, like, effectively get rid of like ads on there. So if an ad does come through, sometimes you have to like relaunch it, but like it's not like a big deal. But yeah, it's just really neat to be able to just watch the stream without the ads. And it's like, wow, what if you could just watch a stream without ads and control how you set up the chat and everything. What a world. Like, that really does just make a big difference. Like, the only problem I have with Chatterino is the fact that it can't really do polls or like like chat redeems, right? Or spend the whatever silly name the streamer has for the little currency thing for like a funny doodad to happen or whatever. But like, I can just actually open up a great brain, a Firefox window, just like set it to the corner underneath Chatterino, and just go to the twitch.tv/ like whatever the streamer's name is, and then /chat, and then it just opens a chat, and then I can poke at redeems or whatever, which is always fun. Oh, fuck.
Yep, shock troopers. And
Yeah, I was about to say.
chain gunners.
Yeah, God. Is the shock troopers in the base game? Is that
Nope, they are.
no?
Normally
Okay,
not.
sweet.
They were added for this campaign.
Okay, that makes sense.
Technically, they are in the base game now.
No, you're right.
'Cause this is an official, official WAD, I guess.
Oh crap.
It's the Mind Beaver.
Oh no.
Oh wait, that might be a mastermind.
No, that's too small.
Ah, okay.
Oh, yeah, teleports are a bit glitchy right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's dead.
Nice. No, fuck. Now what? Random thought, but since Rain, sorry, Acid is also like sending me some message here and there about like Undertale Yellow. I can't help but think of like, know what? Is there any Undertale like hacks that are like like what if we put the fucking Mancubus in Undertale or whatever? Like, what if we somehow what if there's this sort of bullshit happening in Undertale where you're just trying to talk to like the dozen shock troopers and chain gunners or whatever? I think that'd be funny.
Okay.
That'd be great. Like,
UV pacifist run, go!
yeah, and it's just like dodge this. You're just having to dodge so many projectiles at all times, and you're just trying to like talk.
Individually having to persuade each imp and shotgunner in the room. Ah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's like unlike Deltarune, yeah, you don't have the teammates that can help you like set up the you know,
I feel there's room for
talking.
that as a completely absurd Doom mod or as a like actual Undertale game.
Yeah,
One stim pack.
one stim back.
Okay, no enemy
The
spawning.
yellow
in.
card. Teleporting
Yeah?
key cards. What are sleeping in today?
Where do I take the yellow key card? Oh, there. Ah, fuck.
Doot, doot. Sorry. Now that I mentioned Undertale Yellow, I'm still thinking about the pacifist ending, where Clover just dies. They just die, like on command.
Yeah.
That's such a wild thing to have in your game. What if this small child just died? Like, what if they just entered in the kill command in like I forgot, isn't it just /kill or whatever in like
yeah, it's
the
just
development
slash
console?
kill.
They entered /kill.
You can type in /explode. That
Sorry, I
makes you
just
just explode in a shower of gore. Not in this one, James.
kill. Aw.
I think you can just
But-
type kill without the slash in Doom. Huh, okay.
Ah. Weird. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
I think I'm thinking of like Half-Life or whatever. Or
Yeah,
like
I'm
Game of
definitely
Source
thinking of
Entry
Half-Life
or whatever.
because I had a bind to explode on TF2,
Yeah, same.
which is mostly like, yeah, we've won the match, explodes in celebration.
Yeah, same. Or just if I'm feeling silly. But yeah, it's like, you know, it's just Undertale Yellow, but Clover, like at the end of the game, just hits like Gib or whatever, and just but they have like the German like patch of the game or whatever, like whatever setting that is, where it's like all the gore's replaced with like bicycles and flower pots and like other
Oh,
like
yeah.
nonsense.
Oh god, that reminds me of Serious Sam, where you can choose to have the blood be hippie or kid, and it's replaced with candy or pumpkins and fruits and stuff.
Oh yeah, and the tie-dye blood. That was so fun. But yeah, because it's so wild to just have your story end like that. Because like, okay, this is a fan game for Undertale, and like, technically, in canon to Undertale, like there's the other humans that went to the underground and they died. Like, I get it. But like, it just feels like a weird way to finish off this one, where it's just the kids like,
Yeah.
all right, peace, just die. just
Just Gmod ragdolling.
yeah, just Gmod ragdolling, and then they get a bit sad about it, and it's like, cool.
It's like,
a
oh,
bunch
well.
of adults convinced a child that it'd be best for the underworld,
Well-
the underground, and they just dropped dead, and then they somehow just did that. Like, it's like it's almost comedic because it's like, what do you mean? This is how you end your story? These just hits like enters in like the ragdoll command. That Pinky was doing some sort of pathfinding.
Yeah.
Adults in your Undertale Yellow.
That's why I made Pinky in Pathfinder.
Yuck,
Uh-huh.
yuck, yuck. I didn't know there was a gift version of it.
Yeah, of course there is.
Of course. God.
God, did...
Listen, you've got to find your way into this Cacodemon's heart to, convince him that pacifism is the way.
Yeah?
Oh, there is a mod where you pet the cacodemons.
Well, yeah, but
That's
it's not
good.
like an Undertale mod where you flirt with the Cacodemon.
Yeah?
There is one where you flirt with the imp, that's different.
Nice.
I mean, that's not so much flirting.
Well, it's less flirting.
Oh, you're thinking. Okay. I think I know which one
Encounter.
it is.
Don't look that one up.
Okay. Won't
No,
do?
It's the Doom mod.
God. But yeah, God, I'm just suddenly reminded of like Undertale and the fact that like, yeah, you really do flirt with quite a bit of the monsters there, and you can just call like even like flirt with like Toriel at like the beginning of the game, and she's like, I'm gonna basically like I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Anyway.
I didn't do that. It seemed kind of weird, and honestly, Deltarune definitely moved away from some of those jokes. And also,
Yeah.
Deltarune is very much a more complete version of what Undertale is.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, but at the same time, I still like love and appreciate like Undertale for everything that it is.
Yeah.
Like, also now thinking about it, it's gonna be funny if there's someone years in the future who they play Deltarune and then play Undertale. Cause it's like, man, there's so much that's like in these first 2 chapters of Deltarune that are just like huge improvements.
Yep.
Then again,
Yeah.
like of course Undertale had to be made, to understand like, oh, this is how I can improve the game actually.
Yeah.
Yeah?
But like, imagine playing like through imagine years in the future. There's completely finished Deltarune, all of fucking 13 chapters or whatever the fuck. And, like,
30
10.
chapters.
I think it's gonna be like 10. I think that's what it was now. It's or 7 or something. I forget. But you never know. What if Toby Fox and friends just keep adding more or something. Anyway, like
You know,
all
I just blast them with rockets, James. At that distance, you might as well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that didn't work.
Huh,
There we go. Up.
nice.
Oh,
Chain gunner.
that guy is still alive somehow.
Rude. Oh, but yeah, it's just, you know, someone like where it's like Deltarune completely finished. It's like, no, wait, I'm gonna, like, no, I finished Deltarune. What if I, you know, go play the Undertale? See what all the hubbub about, you know, that was. And then it's like, oh, there's only the one character, so I can't, like, if they're trying to mercy multiple monsters, it's like a whole thing every single time. It's like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like, that alone is just so useful in Deltarune, that you actually have teammates. And, you know, they have dialogue that can bounce off each other. It's so good. Oh my god. This one enemy is so rude. Who would win? Doom Guy or Sniper? Like like designated marksman. Like taking a shot at him every time he bobs his head like into the marksman's view.
And watch you get liquefied by lava. Oh, a health bonus. You can go up to 5% health.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Yeah, it's really helping here.
That's so rude to have, like, after all these enemies, like, here's a health bonus.
Here's 10 health. Stimpack.
Yeah.
Yeah, save game.
Okay. Oh, this is back
Alright.
to that place.
That loops back. This opens a door.
Oh, it's this place.
Dude.
6 enemies remain, all chain gunners.
Let's hope not. Oh, oh fuck.
Oh, okay, at least it's a projectile attack. Something you
Yeah,
could
but
feasibly
the-
dodge.
Fire is a problem. Fucking Vizlagos.
Yeah,
Nice. You
let's
dealt with it,
reflect
though.
the chain gunner.
Okay.
One more enemy,
Yeah.
and
Nice.
one more item.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh
God,
yeah, I
no,
gotta
it-
search for that item.
You know, seeing you
Ah!
down. Oh fuck.
That was not one more enemy.
Yeah, I missaw
What
the
the-
name. They put the text right there though.
Solid.
Oh, look at that.
Swear that was whatever.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, now seeing you fight these demons, right, and such, I just remembered, like, know what, this, like, I suddenly remembered, like, Doom Eternal, and it going really hard, and the whole Doom guy joined an order of knights, and it was so cool, like, our knightly order, and our, like, many essays about their the lore dumps about them are so cool
Yeah.
and interesting, and it's like, no, fuck that. What makes Doom Guy cool is that he takes, like, he's the only survivor of a demon attack on his base, and he's like, fuck this shit, and then just fucking kills all these demons because he's fucking like he's
Like,
fucking Doom
what
guy,
could
and they
an
kill his
order
buddy.
of knights teach Doom guy?
Yeah,
How-
like what hit?
How to jump.
Like, God, that was like the whole big thing, huh? About like Doom
The
Eternal.
Doomslayer joined an order of Italian plumbers to learn how to jump. There. Fixed.
Yeah, fixed. And it's God, and like no, I think what also bugged me. I'm playing about Doom Eternal here for a second, but one thing also bugged me is that there was like the whole like one-up thing that it's like felt really weird. I'm like, took me a while to
The
figure it out.
Doomslayer was also taught how to use one-up mushrooms by the same plumbers.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like, oh, you know, like
And
it's
there's
like,
4 of them.
oh my god. But yeah, no, it's like, okay, it's like it's very video gamey, but in a way that not even the first Doom was. Like the first Doom didn't have one-ups, and it like, you know, it didn't have like that kind of arcadey aesthetic. Like, I feel like having the
it's
one,
a different type of game from that.
yeah. But they just kind of put it in there because video games, right? Like all video games are video games, right? It's all the same.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, and like I think that's just like that sort of attitude and going so hot, like hog wild on the whole, like, oh, these the demon council and the knightly order and how important they are, and here's a cutscene that doesn't make a lick of sense unless you read these 14 paragraphs of lore
Yeah.
dump about this combat arena, and it's like, who, like even Rian, like, you know, was looking through that and just got bored. Like, nah, we're done with
Yeah.
we're done with this like text stuff. Let's just play the game. And then it's like Doom guy, you can't kill me. That would be very bad against the knightly order. And then Doom guy kills him, and it's like, okay, this guy sucks. So like, who cares? Like, okay, that sure was something.
I
We
said,
sure.
said it before, but like Doom 2016 had like interesting lore because it was like you know, very specific about how this company was just plain so blatantly evil about everything and how culty it was and how it said something about like companies in general, and Doom 26 or Eternal just threw that out to just have lore for lore's sake.
Yeah. And it's just like, here's the knightly order, and there's the 3 demon sorcerers or whatever. And it's like, okay, I don't care. Like, and the game's like, but you do care. We're gonna show you more of them, and it's going to be plot relevant. But we're just gonna tell you that it is. We're not gonna actually go through the effort of, like, actually showing you why you should care. We're just gonna tell you. And it's like, okay. Oh, and the AI that, like, Samuel Hayden got or something might have been part of God? Effectively, or a god? That was briefly mentioned at the end of the game. There towards the end of it. And then it didn't really touch up
Oh
on
god
it.
damn it.
Oh no!
Oh wow, I really fucked up there. You would think fire weapons wouldn't be effective.
Yeah! I'm glad that they are, but you really, like, you know, that said, at least this isn't like fucking D&D
What
Like-
is that opening?
or Pathfinder, where it's like, oh cool, we're gonna fight demons, and it's like, oh, there's actually multiple kinds of demons, and they have resistances against most, like, energy types. Fuck you. And it's like, great. I love things being able to resist most of the types of damage I can do. Unless I have like either something special or whatever. Because I'm suddenly reminded of Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, where it's like, you know, like there's a demon invasion, like, you know, trying to invade their planet, you know, the planet and all that. Like, cool. And it's like, have fun with demons getting to resist so much of the energy types that you can deal with or whatever. Like, great. But anyway, yeah, no. I'm glad that they do have a flamethrower here and it works because flamethrowers in video games are very cool.
Yeah, but they have a tendency to be bad.
Oh, for sure. Or like really short range, where it's like, oh, you know, not as useful as it could be, or whatever.
It's funny because flamethrowers IRL are pretty long range.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, terrifyingly so for real life, but yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I'm suddenly reminded of the one YouTube thing. Great. I'm forgetting the name. Oh yeah, IGN, where they have a guy from the Royal Armory, something. I forget the full title. You know, kind of just talk about guns and weapons in video games. And thankfully, you know, both one, he's a good sport, and like, and he plays, you know, various video games and such. So it's like, yeah, no, like, okay, they obviously did this for like, you know, for a convenience sake for a video game or whatever, and not just like, some guy who's just like overly anal or anything about it. So it's usually a pretty fun time, but yeah, it's kind of funny seeing that and seeing like how many either weird misconceptions or just like tropes just kind of dominated how various weapons are treated in media. And it's like, oh, of course they're always like this. And like, you know, some it's like, okay, I get it, like the whole shotgun having really widespread, right? Because like, okay, it's a gameplay difference thing. And like, no, yeah, that's fair. That said, though, I still remember the Halo 3 shotgun having, like, no range whatsoever. And I once, like, talked to a classmate about it. And like, oh yeah, of course shotguns have no range. And I'm like, people go hunting with shotguns. What are you talking about? Like, do they stand, like, 5 feet away from a duck? And just, you know, like, blast it or something? Which now I think about is a pretty funny mental image. Rip.
Well, I just wanted to pop out chat so that I wouldn't miss anything being said.
Yeah? Oh yeah. Very fair.
But yeah, this map kind of starts like that one map in episode 4.
Now
don't need to
that
call
you
it
say
episode
that,
4, you can call it A New Hope. And yes, I know what thy flesh consumed is.
Yeah, okay. I didn't remember the name, but I do remember which one you're talking about, though, like vaguely. God. That said, whenever, unfortunately, other than like the final, uh, like against the Icon of Sin or whatever. Whenever I think about Doom levels, other than like the very first level, my brain keeps going back to when you're playing Doom 2 and how it really felt like a shoot 'em up / Damaku game at points. Just all the the projectiles flying your way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that surely was sure was a thing.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. The shotguns that are placed in the level give aids. Rather than ones that are dropped.
Is going on in there?
Oh my goodness. I didn't notice for a second, but yeah, that's a whole lot of infighting.
Yeah.
I love it.
They can't reach you, it's just tearing each other apart. Awesome. A stim pack that's giving you back 10 of your health.
Yippee!
Yippee.
Also, unrelated to everything, but I posted a picture of a one of the cats sleeping on some of my clothes on my bed, and a lot of people like it, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Also posted it in the pets channel. Shout out to Sleepy Kitties.
Yeah.
That said, one of our cats, Pumpkin, he keeps like trying to jump on the counter, like when the stove is like still hot after cooking or whatever. So I always like pick him up before he like investigates anywhere near there, like just in case. Like,
Oh, yeah.
and I'll just sometimes like just pick him up and rotate him and say, "Get rotated, idiot."
Yeah, rotated, idiot.
Like he does, and he hates it every time. But it's deeply funny to me because it's like cats don't really understand like punishment like that.
Yeah, 'cause
Like,
we can't
so-
tie it to what they've done to, like, have that done to them.
Yeah, like like I think dogs can, but like cats don't. So it's like he doesn't really get it. But I'm like, I still just like will pick him up and just like get rotated, idiot, in the hopes that somehow maybe something will get through. Enough of the rotations, it'll just he'll get it. Like, hey, don't get on the counter. God.
Whoa!
Oh, what was that? For a second,
Revenant.
An on-activation noise, like, cut off abruptly.
God, for a second, because of like just how quickly it appeared then disappeared, I thought there was like some sort of hag, a witch even, that just materialized and dematerialized just just as quickly. I'm like, oh god, there's a new enemy, like the witch.
The Blair Witch.
You know, the hag.
Yeah.
What would the hag or the witch even do?
Well, scream at you and
hex you.
then rush you and then like pretty much insta kill you.
Okay,
if
so
you
just
startle
left
it.
for dead.
I mean,
Yeah.
she hits you with curses um, and like hexes you with spells, obviously.
Doom enemy who inverts your controls. Ah, here's the witch.
Yeah, God, that would be funny.
And you're saying hex, and I'm just like, well, that's a thing.
Hexen, right?
Oh, it's the hexen enemy. Honestly, people have ported every heretic and hexen enemy into Doom at this point, and more.
Yeah.
If only Hexen had better level design.
Yeah.
It kind of doesn't have good level design.
Yeah, it's a game I want to like, but god, the level design.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a reason it's not spoken of as fondly as Doom.
Yeah. Pity.
Like, it has its fans, but it doesn't quite have the community that Doom does, for a reason.
Wasn't there a sequel? I don't know
Yes.
how.
Heretic was the first one, Hexen was Heretic 2, I believe.
Ah, okay.
And there is a Hexen too.
Well, okay.
Hexen 2, subtitle Heretic,
Heretic
3.
3. Yeah. I mean, like, you got Mario Land 4, Wario Land 2.
Yeah. Huh? God, sorry for this tangent, but like quickly looking at another Discord server, and it's just incredibly wild to me of just how like the assassination of that one like US health insurance CEO is just so wildly popular. And the fact that I mentioned this also because I remember like seeing like my dad watching the news, and it's like ABC News or something, and it's like, oh, like this shocking murder that like from this attacker that may have had a motive. It's like it's shocking the nation, and it's like, is it? Like, hey, ABC, it is not shocking
Really
the
not.
nation.
Like
Even
everyone's like,
right-wingers
are going, yeah, he kind of had it coming.
Yeah, and the fact that they don't want to call it an assassination when it's like it's very obvious this guy assassinated the CEO, and like
Not only that, like, seems to have planned it out well enough to have just disappeared. Nobody knows where he went or who
Yeah.
he was. And it's
Yeah.
like, straight up, if we never find out, yeah, sure.
yeah, like shit.
Unnamed folk hero, go.
Yeah, especially since like the photo of the guy, like, oh, this is who we think it is, but it's like the guy's wearing a different backpack, and like some people will even like, for sure it's a different backpack, and some
Yeah.
people are saying it's like a different coat, but like I don't notice the details that well enough for the coat thing, but it's like, yeah, like the guy's wearing a completely different colored backpack, and it's not like he would like switch clothes to like look mostly the same, except with like
Yeah.
a darker colored backpack. Like no
So-
one would do that. So it's like that's a
Thing
different
is-
guy.
Yeah, it's probably a different guy, and you know what really clues me into the fact that they're never going to catch this guy? They said, oh, we're going to use AI to enhance the photographs, see who he is. And it's like, oh, you are, like, as the Tumblr post says, they are never finding him with that.
Mm-hmm.
Just the, like, the AI enhancement of the, like, blurry photo of Obama.
Yeah.
The different guy.
Turns
Yeah.
out to a white guy.
It's like the kind of people ironically, the kind of people who would go, "Oh, we want to actually catch this person," also believe AI actually works.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's a rude secret.
Oh god,
Secret.
that's so rude.
Picked up the armor,
I
Oh my
thought
god.
that-
and then you fell into the lava.
But yeah, no, it's just so wild. Like the fact that these news reporters are just like, "Oh, it's shocking the nation." Like, no, it ain't. Like,
It really isn't. People are
It-
going,
it-
"He had it coming. He had it coming. He had it coming all along."
oh no, not just that, but just like I've seen people, like U.S. citizens, start mentioning like, or at least
Yeah.
online, like mentioning like social murder, like the
Yeah.
the concept. It's like,
And,
oh, like
you know,
it's not like that CEO, like he may have not like pulled a gun on anyone, but he is
he did
responsible.
murder millions
for
of
so
people
many millions of people.
indirectly. You know.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
it's like, wow, this has actually made people more class conscious.
Yeah.
Huh.
Like, so the thing
Bonkers.
is, usually, like, I can't say, "Oh, go out there and kill every CEO you see, just assassinate everyone." I can't say that, even though you can clip me out of context saying that. But, like, the thing is, that's not going to fix any problems, like, by itself. This is a fluke. This is, like, actually making people more aware of issues. Like, just randomly going out there and killing any given CEO of any company isn't likely to do that. It's just, look at this.
Yeah, the
Assassin who
healthcare.
is getting everything he wanted.
Mm-hmm. God, I still like, especially.
Like the guy who contraption.
Yeah. God. But like, I'm still thinking about the fact that it's like the news were like, oh, it's so awful. He wrote, deny, defend, dispose on the bullets that on the
Depot.
casing, and it's like that's so terrible. And it's like, is it? Like, hey, how many people like the fact that it's the fact that this is like the CEO of like a private health
CEO of
insurance
Murder
company.
Corp.
Yeah, where it's like so many people get, die of preventable causes because their health insurance.
Directly because of this man. And it's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's like, yeah, of course no one has any like sympathy for him.
Oh my god, the reward money shot up from 10,000 to 50,000, and people were like, wow, now you can stay in a hospital for a full hour.
God, yeah. And it's like there was even people like doing a like lookalike contest for like the guy for the killer, and like I'm like, oh, and like you're going to Central Park for this, and it's like it's having competition. It's like, wow, yeah, they're never gonna find this guy, and
Yeah.
like no one's gonna ever want to say who it is, especially since they brought up photos of some other guy. Like in a
Yeah.
different jacket, so it's like this is what everyone thinks he looks like in their mind, even if they're trying to think of like some other guy. Like, no, it's just gonna pop up like this guy that people think is like cute or whatever. Because I see a lot of people like, oh, he's cute, and it's like, yeah, they're never gonna catch this guy, and no one's gonna ever turn him in because it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
and it's also
It's
wild
like
because
you're passing him to the front of the train unmasked like Spider-Man.
yeah, that's basically what's happening, and the media is trying to be like, oh no, this is so terrible, and it's like,
This so-called vigilante Spider-Man who were giving a $10,000 reward for. Yeah.
yeah, and God, it's so
yeah.
wild. It's
We live in interesting times.
yeah, but I guess also that it's wild that like, oh, they're like that they haven't catch him yet in this giant surveillance state that we live in. Like,
Yeah.
I saw someone be like, "Oh, you know,
it's not
I get,
actually useful for anything other than oppressing minorities.
yeah." Because this is a billionaire that got assassinated, and they
Yeah.
didn't catch his ass, and it's like, how? You know, it's like, you know, there's people who are like, "Oh, I'm afraid to talk about anything too controversial with my phone around me," and it's like, "Oh, this guy could just do this and leave."
Yeah.
Like, okay. Like, that's sombering. God, know what? Last night I was actually thinking about Watch Dogs, or Watch underscore Dogs, the
What
first one,
underscore dog? Yeah.
and just how like stupid it was, and like how it completely dropped the ball when talking about like, you know, the surveillance state and everything, where it's like, oh, you know, the fuck, you know, the algorithm that predicts when people are gonna do crimes and completely profiles them and all that is actually right, and that's how you get like some of your side quests. And it's like, no, idiots, like that's not how it should have been done in the first place. It should have been like, oh, it's wrong like 75% of the time, and the other 25% it's like, oh, these are people who like repeatedly did a lot of like violent crimes that got off the hook because they're like an ex-cop or something, or like they had some sort of position of power. It's like, oh, huh. Like, huh, wonder what that says about society. Instead of like Watch Dogs being like, no, this algorithm could just profile people perfectly and give you a warning in advance that they're gonna do a crime, just like Minority Report. But instead of
It's my
any of the
Minority
thieves,
Report.
unlike Minority Report, we're never gonna discuss how, hey, maybe this could be flawed though, and like, what if the person like might have done the crime but just doesn't? Are we still gonna like get their ass? Like, but none of the intelligence of Minority Report, which is so funny, because it's like you almost had
how
something
are
there.
you less like intelligent in your critique of like the systems of power than Minority Report, an action movie from what, early 2000s?
Oh yeah,
Also,
Like-
A lot to say. Yeah.
also the game does not reward you for like alerting the guy and preventing the crime from happening entirely. It only
Oh,
rewards
yeah.
you.
Wait until the crime starts and then kill everyone involved.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You can't warn someone like, hey, I think you're in danger, my dude. And it's like, no, you have to let them be attacked first and then swoop in to save the day, which is again bonkers, because part of the like, you know, the you know, the character flaw for Adrian Pierce is that like he was like, you know, his family were like, hey, please stop doing hacker man business and, you know, getting in danger. Like, no, I have to do one more job. It's like, you really don't. Like, I gotta. And then it's like his like niece ends up, is it his niece or something that ends up getting killed?
Yeah.
Because yeah, he pissed off the wrong, like he heard something he wasn't supposed to hear, and then like, you know, pissed off the wrong people, and then his niece gets killed. And it's like, and you know, it wants the game really wants you to feel sympathetic for Adrian Pierce, right? But it's like, no, this guy sucks. Like, I feel sorry for his family for having to put up with that, but fuck this guy. Like, he just sucks, actually. And it's like, and then it's like, yeah, you know, it also just drops the ball with the whole like surveillance state like themes that they're going through for, because like, oh, what if it was good though? And it's like, no, you can't have it both ways, you dingbat. Like, you literally can't have it both ways. Yeah, shout out to Minority Report. For
Shout out to Minority Report.
for being a fun action movie. Like, I actually really
remember
liked
actually
it.
being okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good. and being more intelligent than fucking Watch Dogs. Watch underscore
Wait, there
dogs.
was
I'm
a
sorry.
series of it in 2015. Why?
What?
Hmm.
Of Minority
Why?
Report?
It's a police procedural sequel series to the film with the same name. Huh. Why?
Why? Because like, is it like the people that were that had the psychic powers were freed at the end?
They
Because
were
like,
free,
oh,
and explicitly it's like, oh, this system doesn't actually stop crime. In fact, it indirectly is causing crime because it's an oppressive system in its own right. Like, that's the whole thing.
yeah,
The main crime that the main guy is like accused of pre-crime, I guess, is something he would explicitly would not have any motive to do if not for having been arrested for a crime he didn't commit yet.
yeah.
And it's like, why? Why do you make a sequel to that in which it's like, oh yeah, now they can see the future and stop crime? It's like, no.
Yeah. That's so weird.
One of those sequels that misses the point entirely.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, just you mentioning that, I suddenly remembered all the RoboCop sequels, including one where he has to help a small child and he gets a jetpack. And at the end of the movie, he flies away while holding the child.
Yeah, that was one people didn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a 2015 series. I'm just looking at TV trophy page because I'm like, oh, look at the page for Minority Report. Like, why is there a sequel?
God, no, especially want to bring up again the whole like, okay, if you've never seen Minority Report, there were like 3 like women, I believe, that had like
Two.
psychic power, or 2?
There were 2 boys and a girl. I think,
2
were
boys and a girl.
twins,
Okay.
They had precognitive powers, and the titular Minority Report is sometimes one of them would see something that the other 2 don't. And so, the whole point of it is, oh, there's a report that I'm going to commit this crime. I've got to find out if there is a Minority Report for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So it's like, at the end they get freed because they were basically trapped in like.
Yeah, they were basically kept locked in pods 24/7 to predict
just-
crimes.
Yeah.
They were slaves of the system.
Right. So the idea of there being a sequel series, and it's like, just. No, it was a self-contained story, or like either you just like, no, we're putting them back in the pods. Actually,
They're not putting them back in the pods. Apparently, they're out of the pods and solving crimes. It's like, huh?
for a second, I was really afraid. Like, oh shit, Kago Demons point blank. But like, okay, they're already dead. But yeah, no, that's so weird. Great. I can't think of it top of my head, but I know, like, I hate when this happens in media where it's like, oh, this is a really great self-contained story. Like, here's the sequel, and it's like, you really
Yeah.
shouldn't have. Like, what are you
A lot
gonna
of
add?
them do not need sequels.
Yeah. No, this is kind of funny. Oh god, so many shock troopers. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, oddly enough, now thinking about it, my brain goes back to something I thought back in my childhood, which is, they really should have just had the one Land Before Time, because that one was actually, like, pretty dang good. But then they made a bajillion sequels because it worked well, to everyone's detriment. Oh my god, this is hellish.
Yeah. Oh,
But
imagine
like, there's so
Doom,
many.
like,
Oh,
being hellish. Doctors.
yeah. No, can you fight them from the other way around or thin them out at least a little bit?
Yeah.
Oh god, slow down.
Slow down.
No, they
It's
haven't
Like
slowed
their
down.
bullet
power.
time, but
It's their stand power. Great, I can't think of,
I
that.
think for time-based stand power. I don't think there's anyone that slows time.
Yeah, great. My brain just couldn't think of a song that dealt with time.
Listen,
Time in a bottle?
Yeah, time in a bottle. Or we can just set this to Sweet Dreams brackets that are made of this.
Yeah?
I don't think they did that Quicksilver thing again for any of the other ones, did they? It's like twice as
I think
enough.
it's just that, yeah, because I mean they were like really well made and probably
Yeah.
took a lot of effort for each one, which is well worth it. But like,
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
those are some of the best scenes in those movies.
oh yeah, they're so killer. They're so good. I need to watch actually the second one because I only saw like the first one, which I
Yeah.
still enjoyed, but like I need to see. I feel like I should watch the rest, despite already seeing the best scene in that movie, which was like Sweet Dreams. Brackets
Yeah.
made of this.
God, what movie was that? X-Men First Class.
No.
Oh,
hmm. Days of Future Past. Maybe no, that was a different one. There's so many X-Men movies.
so many of them, which is why I didn't know. Is Days of Future Past the one with Quicksilver?
I think that's like the first time he shows up, maybe.
Yeah, so that would be that, and the
What's the second
sequel
one?
to that was X-Men Apocalypse.
Oh.
Of course,
I
because
remember
Apocalypse.
Honestly, not that great.
Ah,
It's all right, but like X-Men First Class is okay. This is an interesting take on X-Men. Days of Future Past, okay, it's a classic storyline that they're doing a different way. Sure, let's see where they go with this. I just don't feel Apocalypse really stands out much.
yeah. Which is a shame because Days of Future Past was pretty great. I love that they had
It would be so easy to just phone it in on a Days of Future Past story. Like, it is the most referenced and adapted X-Men story outside of maybe the Phoenix Saga.
yeah. That doesn't surprise me. I don't really haven't really seen it that much, but like I'm not surprised. And also, it is like one of the most comic books ass stories that ever got made into a movie.
Oh,
Like this
yeah.
is peak comic books ass comic books like storytelling
Yeah.
happening here. But it's like, but yeah, it was a good time. Like, loved it. Like it's good. Oh god. Oh god. More. Alright, at least they're imps. But yeah, I guess that's one thing about the X-Men movies is that they've actually somehow become as like a bit more complicated like comic books are, where it's just like
Yeah.
there's so many storylines happening, and it's like some of them are just absolutely not connected at all. Like I think Old Man Logan is just its own thing,
Yeah.
and I'm happy it's not like the
There's a
comic
lot more stories in the comic, yeah.
because God,
Originally
like
it was, he's traveling the like future wasteland that is the United States, and here's a part of the world that's run by this villain or this hero turned into a villain. I'm really glad they dropped all the Hulk stuff because that was
Mhm.
terrible.
It's so terrible and it feels completely out of character. Like I'm not
Yeah,
the most
their
familiar with the
characters are
Hulks.
Quite literally everybody.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's just like so edgy, where it's like,
Yeah.
oh, the Hulks, and they have their incestuous hillbillies, and it's like, they would not do that. Get out of here.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Yeah.
Like,
It's
shut
plain
up.
bad.
It's so bad. Like the one
The point
fucking
is
meme.
one of the things just ignored. It's back continuity.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that Old Man Logan, the movie, was its own thing in a lot of ways, and like
Yeah, I've
didn't
not
have
actually
that.
seen it.
Like, I enjoy it. I should probably watch it again at some point. But I remember enjoying when I first saw it. But like, yeah, gosh, there's so many X-Men movies. Cause it's tight, and it's also just sort of funny with the whole like Marvel movies and the fact that they can't use the X-Men, who were, I cannot like, are still some of the most popular Marvel properties because of the whole filming rights and who owns what.
Oh, right, yeah. And that indirectly caused the whole mess with the Inhumans being pushed in the comics, despite nobody really caring about them.
Yeah.
And then when they got the rights back, they went, oh, actually, this Inhuman had been a mutant all along for convoluted reasons, which they actually did do with, is it Miss Marvel? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the only Inhuman that anybody cared about.
Not surprisingly. I know she was
Yeah.
really popular, so it's like,
Oh yeah, like I've read some of the comics of her, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see why she was popular.
yeah, it's just funny. Of just like, oh, we gotta turn people into Inhumans or mutants or whatever. Gotta go, and it's like,
Yeah.
this is so dumb.
The thing is that mutants are a good like stand-in for basically any social issue you can think of. You can go, okay, this is a gay rights story. Oh, this is a story about AIDS. This is a story about racism. It's like, you can do any of that with mutants. Inhumans, it's like, this is a story about people who went into cocoons and gained superpowers from a magic gas that, it muddies the waters a bit on social issues. It
God.
feels like they have a lot less to say.
And
Because,
to be,
like, I didn't even know what Inhumans were until I read Miss Marvel, and I'm like, huh, that's stupid.
wow, yeah, I never actually heard about any of their origins. Like, no one's ever, like, that's never been
Yeah, the
mentioned.
Terrigen Mists are just stupid. I don't care.
Yeah, it's bad. Also, I mean, something I gotta say though, since you mentioned the whole stand-in for like oppression, that's actually something I don't like about the X-Men, where it's like they get to
Yeah.
be everything, and
They
At
they
the
are
same
kind of treated
time-
as everything. You can't treat them as at the same time, but if you know, in the hands of a good writer, they can be used well for these.
yeah, but it's
just
like,
usually not.
yeah, and I still think about the one '70s comic where Kitty Pryde calls someone the N-word.
Oh,
It's like, you
no.
can't say mutie. That's like like me calling you says the N-word, and I'm like,
Yeah, you said that
"Ugh."
multiple times.
ugh.
This came up in multiple contexts, and every time people are like, no, don't do that.
It's so bad every single time. Oh
terrible
god,
idea.
more
Just
things
rocket
spawned in.
them.
Yeah,
They
Uh,
got
and-
invulnerable.
hell yeah. Still, we don't know how long this is gonna last, and there's so many.
Now we do know how long it's gonna last. Last a fixed amount of time.
Oh, true, but it's like, it's not like any of us were counting.
You don't need to count. It's more of a vibes thing. Like, you played Doom long enough, you know.
I guess. But yeah, no, it's like oh yeah, I also mentioned the whole like X-Men as a stand-in for everything, because I remember reading a tabletop RPG that's actually really good. Like the mechanics work really well with how it's mostly inspired by the X-Men, but the part of the idea of it is you know how there's characters like Jimmy Olsen who don't have superpowers, but are still like like beloved characters. Where it's like, okay, you can pick like from your powers or like things, kind of like social things, like oh you're someone well known in the community, or like you run a bar, like other stuff like that, and you can kind of like balance it out where you can be like, oh, I'm just some weird mutant freak that was thrown in like a lab, and I don't really know anything about like humanity, and so I just have all these powers though. Or you could be like, maybe I have like a minor power, or like like one of those like side character X-Men or whatever. Like you're just a funny guy, but like you help out in what ways you can, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, oh, that's cool. It does a lot of cool stuff, but also it has, instead of, it has mice, which is mutant ice, like the immigration, like the
Oh, okay.
the immigration thing, and I'm like, oh, that sucks. You shouldn't. That sucks because not
Shouldn't
everyone.
name it after a real.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Doesn't
hey,
make
this is
sense.
bad. Yeah, especially since it, it's not like everyone playing the game is gonna be like Latin, or like even if you are, you don't want to necessarily have to like that be at the forefront. Like, hey, maybe it shouldn't be named that. Actually, that's bad.
Yeah.
And it's like, and that's what like the crux of the problem is. Like you're like, oh, just treat it as like the impression metaphor for everything. It's like, well, nothing can be like everything, right? And it's like
If
it
you
gets
treat it as
weird.
ultimate once, you end up with very weird outcomes like that, and it's like, no. When I'm saying you can treat them as these metaphors, it doesn't mean you should, in all situations, bring up things constantly. No, within a well-planned storyline, yes, you can
No.
like go, yeah, this is a metaphor for immigration. Why not? But if you just throw that in and go, oh, yeah, this is always around, it just gets messy.
Oh yeah, especially if characters aren't even related to the thing. Like, oh, if you're gonna do something, I mean, hell, sometimes you can just talk about immigration or racism. Actually, like you can just do that, and it's like,
Yeah.
sometimes you don't have to make it a metaphor. Maybe like the
sometimes
X-Men
you just
being
have-
harassed is like, oh, it's because they're black or because they're lesbian or something. Like,
Yeah.
hey. And then like, oh, maybe someone who didn't understand like gets some solidarity. Like, oh, okay, like I didn't understand before, but like what I was going through, with the whole mutant thing, whatever. Like I kind of get it. Like, or I even if I don't get it, like I know like it sucks, and I want to help you. It's like, oh, thanks, bud. Right? You can do something like that. But like, yeah, I still think about that game because it's like otherwise a really great game. I'd love to run at some point, but like gotta absolutely change the like the evil anti-mutant like organization to something else. Like, why would you name it after a real life organization? Like, that's so bad. Don't do that. Yeah, it has some cool stuff in it though. But yeah. And also I got reminded of this because mentioning the X-Men, and I remember like I forget some like pages or panels I see online where it's like the X-Men are telling off someone for not being the right kind of mutant or whatever. Like one of the several pages where they're not like, oh, fuck you, Spider-Man, you're not, and you're not an X-Factor mutant. It's like, but I got bit by a radioactive spider, I got mutated.
He is.
I'm a mutant.
In fact, so a mutant. They're like, no, he doesn't count.
And it's like, that's also
It's
the
like-
muddying of the waters.
Yeah.
Like,
When you got this universe which has both of those, like, people hate Spider-Man, but not because he's a filthy mutant. No, it's 'cause they hate him. It's unrelated to that, and it's like if they did hate him for that, and it's because of anti-mutant hysteria, then that could be a whole thing. But
no,
they're different comics in the same world. Just don't acknowledge that.
Yeah, like they could have Spider-Man being hated for that if they just like if someone mentioned like, oh,
Yeah.
he has his power because he like someone found out a part of his origin. It's like, oh, he's some sort of weird mutant freak of nature against God or something. I don't know. And it's like he starts getting harassed over that. Like that's and then you can tie that up to like some X-Men being like, hey, sorry that you're going through that, but like we get it. It's like, thanks, man.
You don't understand. We don't hate Spider-Man because he's a mutant. We hate him because he's gay. And he's like, I have to prove I'm not gay. But then he gets like convinced by the X-Men, no, as long as you convince everyone that you're gay, you're a powerful symbol for good. Anyway, gay Spider-Man.
Gay Spider-Man.
Gay Spider-Man.
You'd love to see it.
This is my pitch to Marvel. Stan Lee, I know you're dead, but pick up your phone anyway. I was going to say, Stan Lee, pick up the phone, and I'm like, wait, he's dead. Uh-oh. What is happening here?
Let me go to NPCs and supporting characters. Gay Spider-Man.
Oh boy. Shoutouts to Miles Morales for, like, actually doing stuff about that and not being a metaphor.
God, yeah.
Yeah, he's...
God. It's so good. Also, I just had to comment, I hate the MCU for I haven't watched its Spider-Man movies, but I know they rip off a lot from the Miles Morales stories for that Spider-Man, which is so bonkers. Like, just make him black. You can just do that. You could have just had Miles Morales the whole time, actually, instead of it's Peter Parker again.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons to dislike the MCU.
Oh, for sure. Sorry, I just now noticed that Shock Trooper's head just fell off and
Oh, yeah.
comedically
Yeah, they all do that.
rolled.
That's
Yeah,
the
the first time I
animation is their
noticed
head
it.
roll off.
That's
Yeah.
so funny.
Sadly, you can't kick them around like in blood.
Yeah. Like, yeah, no, it's like you could have just had a black character and be like, oh yeah, he's mixed, black and Puerto Rican, and like American Puerto Rican like kid, and like they could have just had Miles Morales instead of no, we're just gonna take a lot from his story and just sort of mix it with like just still have him called like Peter Parker.
Yeah,
And it's like,
have to use the bathroom. Be right back.
all right, time to take over the stream. We're now gonna play PS1 Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, we can hear that pizza song. It's native habitat.
Yeah, or was that PS2 Spider-Man?
I genuinely don't know.
I think it's PS2.
I never
think it's
actually
Spider-Man
played
2.
any of those ones.
They were pretty fun.
The most recent Spider-Man game that I've played is Venom Absolute Carnage. Or Spider-Man and Venom Absolute Carnage for the Super Nintendo.
Oh wow,
Side-scrolling beat 'em up.
nice.
And of course, it just adapts the Absolute Carnage storyline, which is an excuse for a bunch of fights to happen and nothing else.
God, sorry, just also thinking about. Oh yeah, recently I actually saw someone streaming, the Overwatch clone Marvel Rivals, which actually
Oh, that.
unfortunately does look pretty fun. I can't lie and say it doesn't look fun. It looks pretty fun until I checked it out, and it's like, oh, minimum requirements, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I'm like, oh, I have 8 gigabytes of RAM. There is no way in hell I can play this. This this will like, oh, okay, bye. Oddly enough, it has Moon Knight in there, but the thing is, he looks
Oh,
like
yeah, Moon Knight.
Taskmaster. Like his design in that game, like when you first look at him, it's like, oh shit, Taskmaster. Hell yeah, that makes perfect sense to put in like a game like this, right? Where it's like, you know, like I still remember first seeing him in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and like he rolls in that. So it's like, yeah, and then it's like, oh, it's Moon Knight, and I'm like, I'm not sad. Like, like interesting choice, but
Yeah.
sure.
Moon Knight is one of those characters who, like, he's never been like a headliner. He's not like, oh, you know, the big three of the company, including Moon Knight and Spider-Man. No, it's never going to be like that. But
Yeah.
he has his own, like, very devoted fans. Like, the last several runs of Moon Knight have all been absolutely great. Like, once they kind of figured out how his whole mental illness actually worked, which they really did not know for 20 years after making him.
Oh dear.
Like, basically, at this point, he's canonically got dissociative identity disorder, and it's, you know, fairly well researched and, you know, portrayed in a way that actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, but way back in the day, they just genuinely did not know enough about that disease for it to be anything other than a disease, illness, disorder. I don't know. Disorder, yeah. I suppose it would be a D is disorder. They didn't know enough about that to really actually make it make any kind of sense.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. But, you know, after, like, any point after that, you're gonna be pretty much guaranteed a good run of Moon Knight.
Nice.
Like, dude, he's a super interesting character for someone who started off just being a Batman ripoff.
Yeah.
It's like, oh yeah, moon-themed Egyptian god worshipping Batman, and that's about it. And then he became his own guy. He's got his own plots that, you know, make a lot more sense for him to be involved in than just beating up random bad guys.
Yeah. Like I watched the first season of the live-action show that came out a few years back,
I've not seen any of that.
and I liked the first season. I haven't seen the second season. I've heard someone say something bad about it, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if like this is just a difference of taste or like I haven't seen it yet, but like, you know, it's like worrying where it's like, oh, I didn't know the second season came out, and then the first thing you hear about it is like oh
Yeah.
man, that kind of sucked. It's like, you know, regardless of whether or not I agree with that person's opinion, it's like it's never a good omen.
Yeah.
And also, hey James.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, you know, it has Moon Knight in there. Like, that's cool. That said, one of his like in-game abilities, like, he places like an some sort of AOE around the map, and it has like an Ankh icon, and I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to represent? I don't think he can just. Does he have? I don't think he has like magic Ankhs he can throw around, right?
Doesn't, like, well, he has like the throwing,
Yeah,
like, moons. Like,
yeah,
anytime he's got any Ankh-based stuff, it's because he's explicitly being powered by the god Khonshu, who sometimes helps him and sometimes doesn't. So I can't think of any time in comics where he has an AoE from that, but it's like, you know
sure, I
what,
guess.
sure, acceptable, like, video game stuff.
Yeah. which is, God, it's just also funny in Marvel Rivals. It's some characters like, oh, this is just straight up like Bridget, and they're like, this is just straight up like Torborn or whatever, like the turret guy. It's like, oh, this is just straight up him, and Magneto is straight up Reinhardt or whatever. He just like he has the shields and everything. And it's like, oh, like, huh. Wow, it's like I wasn't expecting it to be that blatant at some points, but it really is just sometimes just like that. Like,
Oh yeah, I hear Squirrel Girl is like Junkrat.
oh my
Like,
god,
that's the mechanics he went for, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I can see that.
yeah, she's so pretty in that game. I'm sorry, but I love Squirrel Girl, and it's like because I saw the person streaming. Every time you go to like to join a match or whatever, it's like you see her like pop up and like kind of do a little wave
I
and
see
smile,
that.
and it's like love her. But
Yeah.
yeah, like Storm's there, of course. Storm's there. I kind of wish they had some more like obscure characters, or like again, like they could have had Taskmaster. Like he's perfect to
I mean-
put in a game like this. Like
Yeah,
he's great.
Taskmaster. Like, I could see that being a thing.
Like yeah, he was in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and like so he's not like completely 100%
He's a fairly
obscure.
well liked, I suppose, villain, really.
Yeah,
He's very rarely an anti-hero. He usually is straight up a villain.
yeah. Which is, God, it's sorry, it's just like the fact that in that game, like you can play as Magneto, and just I forget what ability triggers or whatever, but he can just say like mutant supremacy or something like that, and like it feels so
Like-
weird. Or, like, hey,
You
bud,
can't be saying that.
you can't be saying that. Yeah, and God, what else? Oh yeah, Jeff, the baby land shark or whatever, is in the game, and he's really
Say the
annoying.
killer?
Jeff the killer. He Jeff the kills you, but like
Yeah, that's his
he-
mutant power. He Jeff the kills you.
yeah, and it's just like it's actually really funny because like he can just go swim around in the ground, right, and like evade danger, but then his hitbox becomes his fin, and it's
Yeah.
like, and he's like really low to the ground already, and then he has his like ultimate ability where he just kind of gobbles up all like everyone in an area like Kirby, and then can spit them out. And like if there's any map where there's an objective like next to like a cliff, someone's gonna Jeff to kill you by just Kirbying you up and then
Yeah.
like chucking you off the cliff. And it's
Oh,
like,
God.
wow, it's so funny just seeing everyone. Oh god,
Oh, the game crashed.
yeah, it's starting to lag on my end. Oh, the game crashed?
Yep.
The like first party bonus squad for Doom crashed.
Yep.
Huh.
Huh,
Juan Romero has been slacking.
he really has. Sorry, I just now looked at the Spider-Man comic you posted.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
like,
It's one of those pages of it isn't actually a Spider-Man comic, it's from She-Hulk, hence being in a
Ah.
coloring. Yeah.
I'm sorry, to sum it up for anyone listening, like, so Spidey, looking back to all these personal attacks, I gotta ask, why, in your opinion, does Jameson have it out for you? And to skip ahead a bit, it's like, there's an ellipses in the next panel, and it's like, oh, the real reason Jonah hates me is because I'm black. He's just panicking. Like, I didn't know.
Like,
And
oh,
then-
this is a bad look for me, and he's like, well, some of my best friends. The thing is, like, he is actually being sincere. Of all the things Jameson is weird about, like, he's pretty, like, accepting of, people of other ethnicities, and,
But yeah, just
seeing him panic there is very funny.
it is really funny. And then
Spider-Man's like, yeah, I'm just kidding.
It's so good.
Noping out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
honestly, that's the way to do it, is to double back when you're outnumbered and, you know, get to a more advantageous position.
Oh god. Okay, that was just an imp though. It's still scary to just see some sort of fireball hit you point blank. Oh god, 2%.
Oh, I can grab the. Oh no, I can't.
You can't leave until this is done.
They're gonna Jeff. I can't believe they're gonna Jeff to kill you here.
It is absolutely, like, I'm guaranteeing you without checking, there's 100% a Jeff the Killer mod for Doom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just enough Slenderman ones, I feel that's a safe bet.
Oh yeah.
The
Jeff
rules for
the
Doom
Killer
mods
Doom mod.
is there is a mod for that.
I can't
Oh, yeah,
believe
there
there's a My
absolutely
Little
is.
Pony. Friendship is magic. Well, actually, no.
Of course there
The
is.
more I say the full title, it's like, yeah, someone would have.
Pony Doom Wad. Of course there is. There's multiple. Let's see. Equestria Doom, Rara Doom, Lula Doom. Oh, right. Pixie, yeah.
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 Jupiter Lumens. God,
Yeah,
that's,
I was just
that's
looking
cute.
at it going, is that named the pony? No, that isn't it. That's her full name. For some reason, she's a pony with a full name.
Yeah, I mean, it's very fantasy, but it's like it's still a full name. Like, very few ponies have a full name, so it's great that she's one of them.
Yeah.
Like,
Equestria
but
Doom, 3 Alpha.
nice.
After all the Fallout Equestria stuff, well, it's kind of inevitable.
Yeah. God.
Oh, there's a Rainbow Factory wad for Doom.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
what's happening? Oh, Spider
It's the actual
Mastermind.
Spider Mastermind.
Oh no, the Mind Beaver.
Mind Beaver.
Mind Beaver would be like the lamest name for a supervillain with mind powers and a beaver theme, and it's like, what? Why are you beaver themed?
God, sorry, that sounds like a Squirrel Girl villain, like someone, like specifically for like the newer Squirrel Girl stories, like,
Yeah,
I'm
specifically
Mind
Ryan
Beaver,
Nor-
and it's like, why? It's like, she's like, wait, hold up, before we fight or anything, why? Like, I'm Squirrel Girl, but it's like, I'm girl and I'm Squirrel, like, but like, why Mind Beaver?
They like beavers.
It's like you don't even have, like, that's just a costume. I have a big bushy squirrel tail. Like, what's that? It's like, oh, can a villain like beavers? It's like, I guess, like, sure, like, you can in theory, but like,
Ghoul's Forest, but with ponies. Sorry,
Oh my God.
no, it's not like. God, I was looking at this and going, huh?
I think
No,
there-
it's just.
I think
There's a lot
there-
of Ghoul's Forest reskins, so you could understand why I went, huh? Is that?
God,
Rainbow Factory, at least 2 of them.
Yeah, that. Ah, man. Remember
Equestria
the
Doom.
Mirror
Lady.
reading of that. so stupid.
Well, a rainbow's tale isn't quite as nice as the story that we knew of sugar and spice, but a rainbow's easy once you get to know it. The helm of the magic of a Pegasus the rise. Ah. Come on, even I know some of these songs.
I don't think I'd ever learned that one.
Come on, Rainbow Factory by, what's this? Living Tombstone, or... what's the other one called? Rainbow Factory song. Wooden Twister, okay. That's the other one I never remember.
I need to re-listen to Discord. Cause that one's a fun one, and it's silly to be
Yeah.
able to just start singing that one, like whenever I want. But I just kind of forgot some of the lyrics or like some of the ordering
You know
of
what?
the
Gonna
lyrics.
link Brony Polka.
Yeah.
Oh God, sorry.
It's
Since you said
just,
polka,
It's a
Okay.
polka medley of just like a whole bunch of pony related songs.
oh, that's silly.
And there are some that I know and some that I definitely did not know before. And they're like, what? Why is this a song?
Yeah. God. Oh, what was I gonna say? Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh no. Nah. Oh yeah, that is real good. Oh yeah, since you said polka, I just suddenly remembered Weird Al's polka music,
Yeah.
and then the fact that
Pokemon.
Weird Al is, oh yeah, that polka melody was really good, but also the fact that like Weird Al, still thinking about Weird Al having a character who like canonically marries one of the main cast, which is so funny because it's like, what if, fucking great Shakira's like Gazelle character from Zootopia actually got a relationship with like Judy Hopps or something. Like, like sorry, like, sorry, Nick Wilde, but the girl gets a girl actually.
Yeah.
Oh god, you're making me think of that one comic.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
God. Goodness.
Yeah, you really can't just leave these to fight it out amongst themselves when there's a pain elemental. They're like, oh yeah, you need to kill this guy first.
Yeah, the cringe elemental
Ah,
needs to
fuck.
be dealt with.
Ah, god damn it!
The forces of cringe are too strong. No, I just now remembered we have the cringe elemental emote.
Yeah.
So good.
I'm not intact. And yeah. Over on one of the tank servers, like someone was going, oh, we should have the valid stamp emote because like we have that on Tank's main server, you know.
Yeah.
And like I didn't have access to the original like PNG for that emote, so I just made one, then made a not valid stamp, and then posted like a Johnny the Ghost emote, which deep cut. If you've seen any of the Snack community, you know at least vaguely about Johnny the Ghost. Anyway, I actually did add the valid stamp. Like, that's on Isekai Naming Discord. I don't think it's on here. Did I add it here? Oh no, I did add it here. Did I
Wait.
add it to the other one then?
Johnny The ghost? No.
Oh, Johnny the Ghost. Yeah, so Johnny the Ghost is it's something that came up on a stream once. It became a server in joke, and then because other people are streaming on that server, it's grown to be a community in joke. There's this terrible like 3D animated cartoon called Monster by Mistake. We had like one season a couple of decades ago. And the expository theme song explains how the main character got turned into a monster whenever he, I think, sneezes. He turns back into this monster form. But, and then halfway through the theme song goes, I'm gonna tell you about Johnny the Ghost, and then starts telling you about this ghost character who hasn't been mentioned until that point.
Oh my god.
And that's the rest of the song. It's just about Johnny the Ghost. And so I just like, Johnny the Ghost, Johnny the Ghost, let's see. This fella. Oh, I'll put stamps in here while I'm at it.
Yeah?
They look terrible. Discord blows them up to giant size, but
Yeah.
when you're actually reacting with them, they look fine.
Nice. Johnny the Ghost. That sure is a Johnny the Ghost.
Yeah?
For a second, I saw something on Internet Movie Database about Johnny Ghost, a live-action film, and I was really confused for a second.
I'm gonna tell you about Johnny the Ghost. It's like that.
Yeah. Also, goodness, this is so many monsters. Not by mistake, but on purpose. So many demons. Also, this level's pretty long, now that I think about it.
The thing is, in uploading that, I'm regretfully reminded that I spent like an hour making the Wonka incident.
I love the Wonka incident!
Which is basically me going, oh yeah, it wasn't like, so in the 2005 Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, each of the, instead of it being the Oompa Loompa song, just the same song more or less, each of the kids has their own unique song for when they inevitably get got by the machinations of Willy Wonka's evil candy factory. It's not quite like that, but like, you know what I mean. Like, they get
Yeah.
tricked into exposing their main vice. Anyway, I just remembered, oh yeah, the Augustus Gloop song. It goes, don't be alarmed, Augustus Gloop will not be harmed. And I just went, it would be really easy to clip out the knot from the middle of that every time it's said.
Yeah?
Augustus Gloop will be harmed, and just like cut them looking horrified, then fade to monochrome and have like footage of the Wonka incident.
Yeah?
And
Creepy pasta
like-
YouTube poop?
The whole point of it is you could make an analog horror of this, but it would be deeply stupid, and I don't think there's any point making more videos of that, because the whole concept, like, just being suggested by that is so insane.
Yeah!
Like, I could, but I'm not going to.
Yeah? Also, you should save James, just in case.
Yeah.
You finally have 100% health.
And
After so long.
1% armor. Oh, the teeth. Also out. Hey, psyched.
Hey, psyched.
Hey,
Ah,
Wanetti.
you joined a bit ago, and we're just like, oh yeah, let him talk. Yeah,
I'm half asleep, so I'll probably not say that.
yeah.
That's fair. I understand that. Also, I should probably actually get
Sure.
Coca-Cola or some sort of drink. Let's see. But yeah, I'll be back in a second.
That video, by the way, did remind me how just like shockingly racist the 2005 movie was.
Uh-huh.
Because
It's
like,
kind of baked into Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Have you ever read the book?
well, no, but
I read.
it was baked into it, but like it's sort of like the 2005 movie just doubled down on it.
Yeah.
Like made it very explicit, but didn't like actually commented on at all.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I'm not actually planning on making an analog horror series about Willy Wonka intentionally murdering kids.
Because that's just the book.
It's just the book. That's just the actual canon story.
When are we gonna get a Charlie in the Glass Elevator movie?
We will
I-
never get that because they want to remake the same thing over and over again.
I actually
Yeah.
read that book.
I
Yeah,
also read.
I read it too.
I don't remember what happens in it at all, but I read it.
It's one of those books that's just a connection of parts with very little, like collection of parts with very little connective tissue.
Yeah, it's
Just things happen.
yeah. There's
Coil
like
City.
two plots that happen. One is the space plot, and the other is the going to the center of the Earth because because Wonka fucked up and gave too much of a drug to an old woman.
Yeah, the one that's meant to make her younger, but it makes her negative age. And she gets sent to Minus Land.
When are we getting that adaptation? I want it.
We are never getting that.
I would not watch it in theaters and then wait like 6 months and then watch it somehow. I'm not gonna specify.
It's cool, you can say you're pirating things.
No, what? I'm privateering things. Different.
Yeah, I'm just stealing things at this point. Look at all this help. You're gonna need it.
No, you'll be fine.
Okay, so this level.
Oh. It's an icon of sin in the background.
I take it this is some kind of super hard Doom mod thing.
It's the official level. It's the official added in level for Doom 1 and 2. The Doom 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is like bonus DLC for actually rebuying the game a 5th time, basically. They just made a new episode. You can play through it.
Yep.
Whack.
Yeah. And I'm not really that enthused by that, because I'm like, I've played enough, like, fan-made WODs that, like, purport to be, oh, if there was another episode of it, it would be like this. Yeah? Well, a soul sphere and
The incinerator. This entire level is basically about the incinerator.
yeah. Yeah, they've added a new weapon. They want to make sure you know the lore of it.
Like, you pretty much only get incinerator ammo in this level.
It is the lore that somebody realized that there was no flamethrower in Doom.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Oh, wow, my health disappeared.
Yes, these are called Mind Weavers. They're Arachnicons but with pain guns instead of plasma guns. However, every time we say the name, someone inevitably mishears it as Mind Weaver. So it sounds like we're talking about some strange animal. Yeah, I don't think you should be taking them on like that. Do those just have straight up the same weapon that the Spider Mastermind has?
Pretty much.
Because if so, no wonder they're liquefying you. There's 4 of them. Or possibly 6.
I think there's
Seems like 6. It even makes the same activation noise. Oh, 1. 0. And touch. Okay, oh, I think they do infight with each other. So it is a hit scan weapon they're using.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Ah, fuck.
These don't have a terrible amount of health, but they will just render you unto nothing but ash and dust. They are that dangerous.
Yep.
wet my brow, but something.
Oh, are they infighting?
Yeah, it looked like infighting there.
Yeah, so in that case, like, let them fight it out. Because I know that gun does, like, their weapon does have an upper range. Is there anywhere you can go to get more, Hal?
Actually, is this lava? Yes.
This is lava.
There's also spade assets. Was kind of hoping it would deactivate.
Yeah, they are never going to deactivate. Like, that's not a thing monsters do in the Doom engine until you're dead.
Well, no, they do it sometimes. There's
They
definitely like
very rarely do it.
Augustus Gloop will be harmed.
Augustus Gloop will be harmed. See, I can't remember why I started making that, and then why I went, oh, obviously the guy here is, now it's an analog horror for literally no reason.
I mean, you have been looking at analog horror stuff lately.
Yeah, it's probably just that's been on my mind, but also. See, I don't think this even has any likes on YouTube. Like, I know people have seen it because people have said, "Yeah, I've watched that."
More ghouls. Oh, fucking the Vigilant. Volantos, too. Ah, fuck!
This seems fun.
Yeah, it is. It's not as tough as at level 3. That was Spirit Drains. God, that was accurately named. Ah! Oh, there was some behind me.
Yeah, basically every video that I've made and put on my YouTube channel it's just like that. I'm capable of great feats of video editing and I use it only for the stupidest things possible. Oh, goal time.
Can't believe you hate Augustus Gloop that much.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy. See the kid who fell in the chocolate river?
Yeah, he is. Like, if you want the video of the one kind incident, you would know. He falls in the river and gets sucked up the pipe. But rest assured, he will be harmed.
They render him down and make candy from him.
Yeah. I considered doing the, like, rest of the song, but, like, taking out any bits that are like, but he will be safe, but he will change. It's just like, no, we're just gonna boil him alive. I thought it was funnier just to end it early. Also, way less effort to edit.
Hate effort. Did too much of that today. Now everything hurts.
Yeah.
Why do
I
you
had no energy this week, or last week. Sorry, go ahead, James.
Why do you think I became a streamer? Ah! Mind levers.
I never watched that version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and I never will.
Good.
I'm assuming you've only seen the one of the Oompa Loompa song.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is... God, what year was that? That was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. In 1971.
It's a good movie, as far as I remember. It's been
Yeah,
20-something years since I've seen
It's
it.
a beloved classic.
Go through the scary tunnel. It's great.
Go for the scary tunnel, which is the only bit anyone seems to remember.
I remember all the parts. The kid, the TV, the floating, drinking some sodas.
Oh yeah, Mike TV gets trapped in a TV because he likes TV too much.
The grandparent polycule trapped in their bed.
Yeah, the grandparent rat king, they fused together as one being.
That's rude.
There we are. Yeah, that's clever.
Okay.
I know how disorienting it must be to look around this map, and some of the wall decorations are like those skulls, just a switch in the main game.
Yep.
Well, admittedly a switch when you've got the like cybernetic bits on them, but you know, you're reusing more or less the same asset. So of course, it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Only 168 enemies left on the map. If I
Uh,
understand on screen correctly.
oh yeah.
Let's see.
Spirit Drains have like over 400 enemies.
That seems excessive.
Oh, rude.
I can't believe that they released Doom Kaiser version.
I mean, that was called Titonia.
I mean, it probably is like Kaizo Doom. Kaizo Doom. Yep, Kaizo Doom.
Oh, oh.
Hi.
Where's,
Hi, hi, hi.
well,
Hello.
Yeah, also took care of some of the, the stuff for the cats and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love the music here. Oddly enough, reminds me of a JRPG. Like we're in the about to fight the final boss, or the last area of the map or whatever.
God, what is this map 6 outright, I think?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, God.
I'm sure there's a couple more
Fireball?
after this. This is the flamethrower map,
Oh no.
Yep.
where we only get ammo for the flamethrower.
Hellish.
Oh, wow.
Oh no, I think you should just back off. Let that reset.
Oh yeah, I remember PlayStation Doom, the bonuses these give you 2 instead of 1.
Yeah.
Oh fuck. Those are fire.
man.
Well, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the lava's death.
Yeah, that's fair.
God, I really am actually kind of tempted to keep the joke going on what if Willy Wonka was the subject of an analog horror, but I know nobody but me would find it funny.
I would find it funny.
Like,
Honestly,
video that's like compares all of the actors who've played it, and said, "Is there a real Willy Wonka? Are they all serial killers masquerading as the same man?"
This level's rude.
Is he the same man rejuvenated by his dark deeds somehow?
Oh my god.
Have the grandparents fused into a single being? Does he invite children with the same names to his factory every 30 years to renew his life essence?
I haven't watched enough analog horror, but this all sounds like things that you probably heard like 5 times already, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know what the term analog horror means.
Neither do I.
Oh, so analog horror is a loose term. Basically, it's a type of like horror series where it focuses on like analog media. It's like old videotapes or like VHS recordings or television broadcasts, or either like PSAs that were never broadcast but which have like sinister undertones to them, like what to do if the creatures attack or whatever, like. Or maybe it's a broadcast that got hijacked and it's being hushed up by the government because someone was broadcasting the truth about something, I don't know. Doesn't really matter, but like, it's a very broad genre with a lot of different takes in it. Like, the codifier was a series called Local 58, which basically purported to be footage from a defunct TV channel, which got more and more sinister as it went on. But there's a whole lot of them, and some of them are genuinely very good. Some of them are incredibly low effort garbage,
Yep.
Yeah.
and some of them are high effort garbage. You know
I
the
mean-
one.
Now you're describing all things, really.
Yeah.
Gosh.
I think I'm gonna just link that I watched every analog horror. It's not every one of those. It's like 24 of them. And there's some
Hey, Angel.
genuinely- Yeah. This is
Angel
where I
Gabby.
heard about Angel Hair from.
Angel Hair.
I got like halfway through the summary of what it's about and went, no, this sounds too good. Like, I need to see what this is. I paused it, went off, watched the whole series, and came back.
Yeah. The whole series is like
Genuinely
an
that good.
hour.
Yeah,
I bought some Angel Hair today.
Nice.
yeah. Angel Hair, genuinely one of the better ones, even if it's only broadly speaking a horror series.
Yeah.
But like,
Which is-
the-
Check out the box popped open and all the pasta came out, and I was very upset. I had to run.
Uh,
away.
but the like grinning purple thing there is from something called the Mandela Catalog, which is like a religious horror one, which I've only seen a couple of episodes of that, and I went, actually, like, this isn't really my thing, but I appreciate what they're doing here. Like,
Apparently-
it's well made for what it is. Oh, Angel Gabby.
Apparently, the creator was turned out to be a terrible person.
Oh, that
Mandalog
sucks.
Analog.
Yeah.
Wait.
Uh,
The purple guy one or whatever.
Yeah. Alright then, so maybe don't watch that.
Well, I mean, I had to look into that
Angel
later.
Gabby.
Yeah, Angel gotta be so good.
Yeah.
It's funny to say it's like, like I don't want to say anything too spoilerly. It's like, oh yeah, it's barely horror, which is both true, but also someone did die.
Yeah.
Someone
Oh,
did get
fun.
got.
No, someone did get got. Like,
But it's like, don't worry about it.
it's horror in that something terrible has happened in the past of the series, and you get like more and more hints of what that was. At least in the first season of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think you should just let them fight it out for a bit.
Oh, there's an Archvile.
Oh no, there's an Archvile. Archvile has to die right now.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so fall back. Let that Archvile expose himself.
What?
That way. Let him come into the open out of cover, I suppose. And then
Yeah.
just blast him with rockets. Don't get too close. As long as the Archvile's down, it'll be easier to take care of everyone.
Oh, and those are Banshees. They run up to
Yeah,
you and explode.
they're unique to this mod. Well, not mods, but yeah, it's DLC, I suppose.
They're
Yeah.
also based on beta assets. Oh,
They're also based. Boom, 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 boom.
I think the Archvile hit me there.
You know what?
Oh yeah. Not an analog horror, despite some people calling it that, but there's the game Home Safety.
Oh yeah,
Hotline.
that's deliberately got analog horror vibes to it, but it's not what you would call an analog horror.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Well. Ah, fuck.
Rip.
But yeah, that one's pretty good, and it got a DLC that is also really good. Christmas themed DLC, even. And which sort of includes Aurora Borealis as a threat.
Yeah, I do need to actually check out Home Safety Hotline just because what I've heard of it as a game sounds like my jam. Like, even if most analog horror that I've seen is actually bad, like statistically speaking.
Oh, you turned
Yeah.
really fast. Oh.
I mean, no,
It's
though.
back
I'm
into
glad they
fire.
exist, even if they're bad. Did you know? I bet so, at least some of them probably give inspiration to like others.
Listen,
And-
there was one that was so bad that I went, I can make a better analog horror than this. And then I went off and planned a better analog horror than that. The thing is, it's because it was, it's more because it was, oh, okay, I see what you're doing, like, thematically here. You're just doing it really badly.
Oh.
There's 2 Archviles, just 2 of them.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. At least they can't revive each other.
Oh, I
Yeah.
think I got both of them. Oh, fuck up.
Yeah, this is a back off and let the flames die down moment.
Yeah.
Let the motherfucker burn.
Yeah, it's more like that only lasts so long and you can get somewhere safe. What was I saying? Specifically, this was the Batman one, just called the Bat Incident. And it's like, oh, Batman has gone crazy and started killing people at random. It's not even like,
Oh my god.
it's stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a jump scare of Batman.
Ah. It's
Yeah.
the
And
bat.
it's like, listen, you've clearly got artistic skill here for like making this look like creepy and everything, despite being Batman. But it's like text to speech reading off just the same script that's on the screen, down to pronouncing every down to pronouncing typos, down to repeating numbers when they're listed in like number and brackets letters. Like,
Oh my god.
And it's like, this is stuff that if you had watched your video at all, you would go, oh, I could do better than this. I'll just go back and make that edit. But nope, they didn't.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, well, I'm disappointed now. 'Cause, I was like, okay, this is a somewhat silly concept I could see done well, but it just wasn't. Okay. Just gonna grab some Wonka footage.
God.
Wonka tunnel.
Oh, there was supposed to be more here.
Huh.
I need the whole tunnel scene.
God. Fucking Willy Wonka. But, yeah, great. What was I gonna say? No, I'm glad people are having fun with the analog horror genre, despite some of it not being so great. But you know, sometimes you have to get through the bad art before you start making better stuff.
Yeah.
And at least some of them will probably improve, right?
Yeah, like I'm told, oh no, that person remade that series, or at least that video of it, and I'm like, oh, I don't really care because
Left a bad impression.
it left a sour taste in my mouth. Because I'm like, I could see a million ways you could have done this better, like, and I don't know anything about it.
Yeah. Oh my god, this level.
Picks up a fuel tank. Alright.
Oh man, the safest thing to pick up in lava.
Yeah? Sorry, just imagine a version of this mod where you pick up fuel tank over lava and it just explodes in your hand.
Yeah, it's like if they had actually made the version of Quake that you feared as a child where rockets on your back could explode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, I can see this kid, but also I can easily imagine someone making a mod of that. Especially nowadays, like with all the wild stuff I've seen in some, you know, GZ do mod or mods or whatever. Like, there's some wild stuff that can be done with that. So the idea of someone making it so that yes, rockets do rockets and fuel canisters, whatever, do in fact explode or like burst into flames whenever you're in lava. It'd be really funny. Now, also, I'm just suddenly thinking about the fact that, like, how fucked up lava is, or magma, whatever. For the fact that, like, if somehow wouldn't get burned from the prolonged exposure, you could in fact walk on lava. It's because it's the same density as rock, so you could walk on it. Assuming you didn't just burn. And that's really funky to think about, right? That, in theory, you could walk, oh my god. This fucking level. This music is really good, though. That helps make up for it a tiny bit.
Oh god, the invisibility.
Did it even help you at all here?
These are pretty much projectile enemies, so it won't.
Oh.
Ah, getting knocked into the lava. Thank you.
Whack. While I drink my cola, I suddenly remembered when I moved to, when I was living in New England, and the first time going to a grocery store and like looking down the aisles for like what was there, and instead of soda, I saw pop.
Oh,
Pop, and it's like, I was like, I had to do a double take, like pop. I'm like, huh? I like, you know, it's like, I know in different regions people call like, you know, carbonated beverages, fountain drinks, etc., etc., different terms, but I was just completely taken aback by pop. 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 And it's like, you know, it's almost whimsical. And just suddenly remembered, like, you know, some places, like, we'll just call any soda, like, a Coke. Like, hey, can you grab me a Coke from the fridge? And it's like, you know, maybe they have, like, Dr. Peppers in there or whatever. And it's just like, or I've even heard of, like, Sprite in some places. Which is also fascinating to me. Even more so, because, like, you know, Coca-Cola is a very dominating, like, brand for soda. Like, I remember when I worked in a fast food restaurant, that it's like, you know, for the syrups or whatever that they had for the different sodas, like, they were all, like, one size, but then there was one for Coca-Cola that was, like, twice the size. Like, 2 times as big or something. It was huge. So, like, you know, like, I get that, but, like, Sprite? Yeah, just funny how that works.
Okay, he's calmed down. Oh. No, he just moved back into the room.
Oh my
Now
god.
he's outside the room.
yeah.
Ah, it doesn't auto go up. I mean,
Nope.
the auto aim in Doom is a little confusing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not exactly reliable. I've accidentally gone through my free downloads from YouTube on the one site I found isn't trying to give me a virus. So I need to wait 8 hours to get those Wonka videos.
Dang.
I got the sound from them, but I'm like, I need the videos though. It defaults to sound for some reason.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're stepping in a lot of fire, dude.
Yeah, sorry, I was
This
quickly
level is-
looking.
This level is fire.
Yeah, and not in a good way. Not in the, you know,
It's good.
the common vernacular way. It's not lit. It's just there's fire. It's everywhere. But I was quickly checking Blue Sky, and I see a screenshot at from Twitter of all things, but still really funny though, of just someone saying French horror is like the skin, an ill-fitting garment for my sordid existence, and Italian horror is like, oh no, Frangella Knife Hands, the serial stabber, has escaped from knife prison. And from what little I know of Italian horror, that's not wrong.
I've seen a fair few Italian horror movies. Which, like, that's not always the case, but there absolutely are some movies like that.
Yeah, because I remember looking up something about like a genre of Italian horror that's like just really violent and like really like
I love Giallo movies.
yeah, that's a genre. Yeah,
That's
and
a
my
genre.
goodness.
A very violent genre.
Oh yeah. It's also just kind of funny. to just randomly hear about, and then it's like, yeah, no, there's some that are just like that. Of Frangella Knife Hands, the serial stabber, has escaped from knife prison.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you that movie. You're saying, "Oh, this is a thing," it's like a comical exaggeration of it. 100% that movie would have a soundtrack by Goblin. They do
Nice.
all of the soundtracks for movies like that. And to be fair, they're very good at it.
Nice.
Where are you going?
Also, I'm blanking on their name, but thank you 180 for that cute gif and voice chat. Love being offered a cola by the cute haired girl.
Chika Fujiwara.
Yeah.
To be clear, she's bribing you. The joke is she's from a political family.
Oh my goodness.
She is a criminal.
I mean, she's a cute criminal, so it's fine.
She also cheats at absolutely everything
God.
by default. You should watch that show. It's very good.
Yeah.
I think that counted as a secret.
Oh my god, that's so much fire. Excuse me. Such a rude level.
Yeah, this is the god of hellfire level.
I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire. I don't actually know any more other from AMV Hell, of course.
Indeed. There are many such songs.
Goodness.
Yeah.
I should try keeping watching those again. I stopped after a while.
I wouldn't actually recommend it.
Oh dear.
It's stuff in the older ones
What
that has
comes out?
not
Oh,
aged well.
Yeah. Now still thinking about this great song and how it reminds me of like a 90s JRPG, right? And just trying to imagine like Doom Guy like Isekai to like some fantasy world. but he doesn't join a nice order. He just goes around killing demons with shotguns. But it's like there's still like people, like I don't know, like a lucky like squire trying to keep him company or something, and just how silly that would be, or like some sort like a turn-based RPG. And like that could potentially be fun.
Yeah. You absolutely could do that. Suggestion: Doom guy in the world of Rerun. Fighting demons there.
How much mana does he have?
See, the thing is, in the case where that would actually come up, the what's she called? Aura? Yeah, that's one of the magic scales. Like, it'd be like, "Ha, you have no mana at all. I can easily take control of you." And he's just like, "No, he's too berserk. You can't actually keep control of him."
Or the guillotine?
Yeah, Aura the guillotine. That was it. I've
Yeah?
seen an astounding amount of fan art for her, considering that she dies in like one episode.
But she spent that episode being a cute anime girl
Yeah.
and cutting off people's heads.
Yeah. To be fair, like, you know, I've seen characters of less screen time get that much attention.
Matt from blanking on the name, but you know,
No. Yeah.
Death Note. Yeah, the 2 panels he appears in, and then people were just obsessed with him, and then asked
Yeah.
the creator about him. It's like, I don't know who that is. What are you talking about? Who's
Yeah.
Matt? Like,
Well, think of all them. Every new character is more yaoi potential. So
Yeah.
something Death Note fans.
yeah,
But yeah. There's really not much to him as a character. I don't think that's a fight you would win, James. Not if you just ran straight up and did that.
is there any way
Maybe
to
you
pick
rethink
them off
your
from
strategy?
a distance, or another way around? I don't know. Because this, it feels like there has to be some other way to do this, right? Because it's like,
It
oh,
doesn't feel like
fuck.
a way you can actually manage this.
Ah, fuck.
Oh my, this.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
there.
the
those
road.
are annoying as hell.
Well, but of course. Oh, little elf girl, the elf woman falling in the snow. I still need to watch that though. Sad girl. Sorry. Now I have to find that Mega
Everyone's-
Tokyo art.
Sad girl
Ah.
out in snow.
Friend of the show really does have like a blanket of sad girl and snow.
Oh yeah, I did that drawing of her.
Oh my god, sorry, I just, I see, a link for Wikipedia talk, colon, sad girl in snow.
Ah, fuck.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
there's a whole thing about it. I'm not gonna read all that, but yeah, sad girl in snow.
Yeah. We could talk about Mega Tokyo for hours, but we absolutely should not.
We absolutely should not.
Huh.
EP. Oh yeah, I should post it in the chat in case anyone watches the VOD of Sad
Oh,
Girl in
God.
Snow.
Sad girl in snow.
It's so good.
There are so many gifts of rerun.
It's so good.
If you want to
She-
see her
she-
eating a burger,
She had rapidly climbed the ladder of my favorite characters.
yeah,
I
she's
can
great.
see why. She's so good.
We're living in a great era for fans of elves.
Uh,
Oh yeah.
Finally,
Also
some
people
good
who wear-
fucking elves.
Finally, some good elves.
Shout out
Like,
to
oh
Miss
no.
Loconato.
Yeah, she's great. I love her.
She's so
And
good.
also a third example, I couldn't.
Oh, come on. You could have gone for one of the Baldur's Gate characters. Shadowheart. I'll give you that one for free.
I haven't played it.
Nah.
Very fair. Very fair.
She's like a cleric of a evil goddess, but she's such a dork that it's endearing. And like,
Oh god.
at her in Juggalo makeup? No, I'm not clicking that.
I'm posting it now. I was debating about posting it. If I do love her in the clown makeup, like it's so good.
Yeah, it's clown makeup. It's not Juggalo, but it's like,
I don't know why I laughed so hard at that.
yeah.
I mean, God,
all
can
the
you
romance
imagine if she
options
was?
in Baldur's Gate like have their fans, you know?
Oh yeah.
God
And if she's not your type, but you like ladies, then you know Karlak is a big buff, like demon lady.
Yeah, she's a very hot tiefling.
She's
That's
like
it. It could
literally
be
hot.
me, too.
She is like you will burn yourself if you touch her. 'Cause she's cursed. You need to solve that curse.
Yeah.
I
Solve
see-
her curse to date her
Yeah.
and
Yes.
cuddle her.
I see the writers were fans of Adventure Time.
Oh my god, I just now remembered that from Adventure Time. Which was
Yeah,
that was a
playing
weird
with
arc of
pizza.
Adventure Time.
Yeah.
I did love the bit where they make a fucking joke about like first edition or second edition rules about like fucking acting out of like alignment of like, oh you have like a 20% penalty to experience. And I'm like,
Okay.
really? Like, wow, that's a deep cut. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think any of your audience is gonna pick that up. Like any, like, but you went there. Have fun with that though. Like, 'cause I remember like your dad says that.
I read in Basic it's like 3 levels if you act out of alignment.
Oh my god. That's fucking hell. Early D. It's so funny that like D&D that like very much has Gygax at the helm has some weird ass shit in there. Like,
Yeah.
like buddy, why? I mean, then again, I know why. Oh,
Wonders Blue Lady.
Liana, love her. She's basically a space elf. That counts. Yeah, the Asari are basically hypersexualized space elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
But I
also
do.
they are hot. Sorry, that up on 100% orange juice.
Yeah, this isn't actually from Delicious in Dungeon. This is a fan-made animation, but like, look at that. That is
It's
fantastic.
good.
Like, I was like, is that in the show? It is.
It would be so good if it was, but it's not.
Yeah. I can't even say, oh, the animators were cowards for not doing something like this, because realistically, they are doing things like this.
I mean, yeah. Also, I'm shout out to them going full hog on just having essentially panty shots when like they happen in the manga. I'm not gonna say they don't. They absolutely do. They don't happen nearly that much, but they've added more, which is like, know what?
They've added more.
They know what they're
Senshi-
about.
Like, Senshi definitely has his fans.
Absolutely.
Then she can get it.
God, sorry, I just saw the gif of when he was transmogrified into an elf, and he even in the manga, you can tell he loved being just a little like waifish twink so much. Like, there's a part where they get attacked. It's like, Senshi, why don't you have your weapons? It's like, they're so heavy. He's just like Lao's just looking, staring at him, gobsmacked. Like for real? You're just not carrying weapons now that you're an elf because they're heavy? Like, for real? You're just gonna not have your weapons on you?
Well,
And
yeah.
it's like, no, what he deserved. You know, then again, like, look, he's lived like a hard life. He deserves to be like a little thin, like twink for a bit. Like, he deserved that. It's still really funny. Also, shout out to the time Marcel got turned into an Oni. I know they're called ogres technically in the series, but it's very obviously they're supposed to be Onis.
Alright, yeah.
I just
we haven't
scrolled down and
practically
found
caught
this
up with
chat.
that.
Oh, that's such a good gif. Just sharing the YouTube chat.
We haven't
Oh.
caught up with that in the server I'm watching Delicious and Dungeon, mostly because we reached the end of it. Oh, we caught up with what there was and then went and watched something else for a few weeks.
Ah, okay. Makes sense.
I'm just like, turns an Oni? I don't remember that.
It's,
Oh.
yeah.
That is actually a panel. An ogre, I think.
Yeah, they call them ogres, but like, what? Keita?
Yeah.
Yeah! She's so good.
And of course I'm immediately getting a lot of fan art in this Google search.
Of course.
Yeah. So I know he briefly gets turned into, I think they're called half boots. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
halflings.
Also, oh my god, there's so much yelling from those banshees. I mean, of course.
Oh, he was right there. Well, I'm fucked. Oh, fucking burned myself in my own fire.
Yeah, the problem is, was that your own fire that killed you? And the answer is yes.
Yeah. That's fine, it's completely okay to switch weapon here if badly cornered enough that you'll just die.
Rip. Oh dear. God, oh yeah, there was a stray thought that I had of like, know what? To really complete, to really cement, this era of, cute elf girls in, anime, they need to bring back, the Legend of Lodas lore.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
Because, that was, the key. To me, that was, the cute elf girl for, a long time. You know, or, technically I had two, but, still, that's, the source of cute elf girls in animes, in, my mind, at least. Or, yeah, I don't know, just make new series with elf girls that are good. That aren't isekai. Or at least a good isekai. At the very least. Cause oh boy, there's so many isekai. Are you laughing or crying there?
Laughing.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
That one Silent Hill thing where someone messed up with the music they tried to put in. And so it's just the Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Style as the other Silent Hill music also plays along with it.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride.
Right.
I'm coming and I won't back down. It's got like driving rain and like eerie sound, Silent Hill. Actually, is it rain? Nah, it's like
Oh yeah.
eerie, haunted soundscape. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China, in a little rowboat to find you, but you had to get your laundry clean. Can you tell me what did that mean? I said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm coming and I won't back down. Oh yeah, I got to keep it moving.
I haven't, ever since I posted that GIF, I've been trying to remember what her fucking name is. And I
Oh,
just
good.
remembered. Amelia from ReZero.
Ah, okay.
Who is the only elf girl from In the Sky I think I'm familiar with.
You know what? I'm posting that other elf from Baldur's Gate 3, except I kind of killed her on my playthrough because she's evil and I wasn't doing an evil run, so I just murked her.
Yeah.
So it's apparently possible to recruit her on a non-evil run.
It is, but like that would require metagaming knowledge. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to do that.
Yeah. Or at least not on that run or anything. But it is kind of weird because instead of doing the whole, like, oh, like the villain runs away thing, in one big fight that you can have, you can just murk her. Like, there's no, like, she has any really big chance to get away. You can just kill her. And it's like, you have no incentive not to, because it's like, oh, I bet she'll come back later as a baddie anyway, and she's not running away or anything, so, like, yeah, I guess I'll fight her. Also, just posting one of the Silent Hill 2 themes so that anyone here could, like, you know, listen to it for a second and then imagine, like, nothing's gonna break my stride while that's happening at the same time.
I think the specific one was like at the end after a certain plot event.
Oh, wow. God, that's really funny though, but just any Silent Hill music with, you know, nothing to break my stride, it's just really funny to imagine how that would even, like, sound. Like, you know, the emotion you would feel from that. And, yeah, great. How am I forgetting your name? The elf girl, Oracle of Time. Or, not Oracle of Time, Ocarina of Time.
What time?
There's
Sorry.
several-
Oh, that's Saria.
Sorry, alright, sorry,
Yeah.
See, everybody has twin ears in that game, but they're technically not elves. But the Kokiri are kind of elves.
Oh yeah, they're the
We're
most
forest
elf.
spirits.
They're
And-
very traditionally elf.
Then they turn into weird little wood orb guys.
Oh, well,
Later.
Here's the tequila Zaku.
Tequila,
Oh,
Zaku
or
has
shade
joined.
people and ruin posters,
We were talking
as
about
well
elves.
as doomers.
Yeah.
God.
the
Cat.
correct name for the Doom fandom, as I am told.
God, that's so...
I can believe it.
I think my cat's purring.
No. I tried searching for Elf on Discord, and I see Will Ferrell from the movie Elf. That's not what I want, Discord.
That's not what.
Get out of here. I don't want that. Bad. Wrong
Elf on a
even.
shelf, but I'm putting a Riren Fumo on my child's porch.
God. That said, I forget her name, but I'm glad I was able to put in Fantasy Elf and get the cute elf girl from
Peedlip.
Huh?
Peedlip. That's the name.
I'm getting an echo
Same.
from the Mothman enjoyer of.
Nope.
a kid.
Let go. Let go. Let go. You fucking cat. Do not bite that.
Um,
Okay.
oh, wow.
How about now? Say something?
Hello.
It
Okay,
is-
now I go there.
Can someone say something really loudly?
Hello.
Okay. I bind the fire button to my mouse wheel, call that doom scrolling.
Nice. Also, yeah, we're playing I guess an official like expansion. I guess the
Yeah.
Doom. Yeah, and
Is the
we're,
one that came out recently?
Yes.
Yep. We're on the level where it only gives you ammo for the flamethrower weapon.
Yeah, the flamethrower weapon, which tends to backfire and kill you a lot.
Because its own flames can be part of the environment and burn you.
And doom scrolling as the name of a doom ward. And like, you pull out your phone to do something, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like doom guy holding a phone.
And should look really
See your idea.
tired in bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, more elves. Elf blinking rapidly,
Elf bowling.
leaving arms. Elf goal.
Elfbo. Oh man, there's a manga out called Elf Coaching about an elf who gets into baseball, and I'm so mad nobody is translating it.
Oh man.
Yeah. None of these are the elf bowling that I'm looking for.
None.
Let's not forget this the most important elf of them all, Danny Elfman.
It's so true.
Gardevoir's
In
basically.
the elf
an elf,
world,
right?
he'd be called Danny
yeah.
Human Man.
God. You know what? Shout out to Dungeon Meshi world building, where it's like because it called human. I mean, it's like okay, it's kind of messed up, but like they consider like elves what we call humans, dwarves, and gnomes, and like halffoot to be like like halflings to like all be like human, but it's like they call what we would call humans just tall men. Which is like really funny because it's like one of the tallest motherfuckers in the whole series is an elf. He's just the most jacked motherfucker. But it's like it's just the idea of like, well, most tall men are like taller than other people.
Yeah,
So
it's
like,
just-
it's gonna call you there.
Speaking, given the average size of like the fact like out of the main races we see, it's like gnomes, elves, and gnomes, halflings, and dwarves are all short. So I guess that's the default size for people.
Yeah, That's
The
like
elves and the elves and the common are the outliers. Anyways,
oh yeah. Like, and we do see in the series, most elves tend to be like on the like usually thinner and like smaller
Are those
than
enemies
Elven.
shooting at each other there?
Yes.
Why don't
huh.
you just leave them? Wait a bit. Talk about elves for a while.
Also, I'm gonna agree. 180 said this earlier, but I do agree that like Gardevoir is basically an elf.
Okay, Cat.
Yeah, pretty
get
much.
off the fucking desk.
Oh, kitty problems.
I'm trying really hard to think of other elves that I like, and I can't really think of any.
Shout out, I forget her name, but like the really pretty elf lady from Lord of the Rings, who's like, hey, if you give me the Ring of Power, I like all Electrel, yeah, all will love me in despair.
Instead of a king, you would have a queen.
And then she gets all like the texture goes all negative on her. And it's weird.
Yeah, it rules.
Sure,
I
And they were
should rewatch Lord of the Rings someday.
it doesn't happen like that in the book, probably.
Probably
It's
not.
not quite the same in the book. He just straightforwardly says, well, yeah, you'd have me as a queen if you did that, and it would be bad for everyone, so don't, instead of, like, dramatic lights and, like, it's just said in
Cat.
conversation.
No.
Yeah, but I do love it though, the dramatics
Yeah,
for
it's
that.
good. Like, that's how you do it on screen, but also, yeah, it's not like that in the book.
Yeah, I need to read the book at some point. Like, there's, God, I still think about the giant eagles and how they're done so dirty, and it's like, at least in like when the movie came out, it's like, okay, they probably didn't do the whole introduction of them as a people, because they are people with a kingdom and everything, but like, okay, probably for pacing reasons they don't like go over all that, like that's fine. And then like they have a new Lord of the Rings show, like the Rings of Power, which is loosely based off the Silmarillion, and then it's like, oh, maybe they'll actually very loosely based on the Silmarillion and the movies, and like, oh, maybe they'll actually introduce the cool magic eagles. Like, that'd be fun, and then they don't, and they're treated like wild animals. I'm like, oh, this sucks. And I'm like,
yeah.
do they think it would
like,
be too silly to have
summon
talking
the eagles
animals?
in the way that you summon someone by sending them a letter and telling them to come to your house, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
You whisper to a
sapient
moth and send it
beings.
up.
They have
They do in fact have to send email. The sign of a sapient being.
Let go.
Yeah. Now, the horses communicate by facts, hence their king being named Shadowfax.
Ah. Yeah.
I'm sorry, like revising Plato's definition of a man,
Fuck.
featherless biped that has to send emails.
The modern definition. Oh, but yeah, no, it's
You're
Yeah.
going on this obstacle course for about 100 times now.
Gotta,
This is a game of Wipeout at this point.
please save or make a new save file or something if you can,
Make
because
your
you've been doing this for so
saves.
long. Oh my God,
Is
please.
there really not a button to lower that? Okay, okay.
Save
Got it.
over.
If only
Okay.
the aggro crag allowed saves.
Oh dear. But great.
Alright.
Yeah. God, Ring of the Power is a mess. But
I wanted to. I want to be that guy and point out that Rings of Power is not based on the Silmarillion. It takes place like in between the Silmarillion and the Lord of the Rings,
what?
which has
Makes less sense.
yeah, like it's based because like they don't have the rights to the Silmarillion, so they can't
Oh
actually.
my God, really?
Yeah, I don't know how that works out, but somebody.
Oh my
it's
God.
just not a
That
thing.
makes so much sense. Because my
Yeah,
sister
it's
is
the
a
rights to the
big.
X-Men, but that's a whole other mess.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
My sister.
Rings of Power is just like the setup for Lord of the Rings, except it ignores the most of the actual setup for Lord of the Rings because most of that would have been in the Silmarillion, I guess.
I mean, there's parts of it
Just
that
make
had
shit
to
up.
be from the Silmarillion, though. Like during that time frame. Like-
It takes place. It takes place centuries after the Silmarillion events, or
Oh
longer.
my god.
It's real bad. Like they ignore Gandalf's backstory entirely. Like
They
turns
really
out he's
do.
been there a lot longer than he was in the books.
Yeah. And it's just really like I remember watching that with my sister, and she's kind of like gritting through it because she's like, "Oh, like I didn't know about the whole they didn't even have the rights to the Silmarillion thing." But she basically described it like before watching it with me, like it's kind of like fan fiction of the Silmarillion and the movies, and like I just sometimes have to like take a deep breath and then like keep going. But it's kind of funny if you think about that one.
It's crashing again.
Way, but then we got to the Eagles, and we
Oh,
were both
yeah,
just
Yeah,
deflated.
Hotel
Because it's like, oh, they're
California,
so
their
cold.
only
Okay.
memorable song.
Were the Eagles in season 1 or are they in season 2?
They're in season 2.
Okay, because I have not seen season 2, and I might
and-
never.
Yeah, and it's oh boy, because it's like, something happens. There's a whole royal coronation. I forget what the name, the country, and then it's like, but before that, the coronation happens, like the night before, the woman's like, oh man, it'd be so cool if the Eagles visited, and I'm like, hey, that's weird. Why did he say it like that? As if it's just a like, why don't you just talk to them? And if anyone's wondering, like, in the in Lord of the Rings and like Silmarillion, it's like they are their own people. They just kind of like by the point in Lord of the Rings, they kind of became isolationist a bit.
Are they fighting
Like-
over there?
Probably.
Are two enemies fighting up there?
Yeah, but I'm
the-
not sure if they can hurt each other. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Oh, and immediately just get ganked.
Oh
Yeah.
wait.
The stuff in Numenor is sort of based on the Silmarillion, though. Sort
Yeah.
of, kind of.
Yeah, that was
That's like the postscript stuff, I think.
uh,
like at the end of Silmarillion, there's a much faster paced bit like leading up to Lord of the Rings, and there's stuff that's where Numenor comes from.
God,
Okay.
don't bite that! For the love of God!
There is no stuff about Sauron being running around as a human guy, though. That's not a thing.
oh my god.
They've also completely changed Galadriel's backstory. Like she should be married by this point. She should have been like married to Celeborn for like 500 years at this point. It doesn't come up unless it comes up in season 2. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's funny though. God. But yeah, no, it's just, anyway, yeah, I wish that the giant eagles got to do more because they're just treated like wild animals, and it sucks because like apparently they have their own thing going on. From what my sister told me, it's just that they kind of became isolationists because they have like they help like they're like hey like they have their own beef with like the other like countries or nations of like of elves and dwarves and man, and we're like hey we're just gonna do our own stuff because y'all suck, which is like not fair.
The Eagles are the servants of Manwë or Manwë or M-A-N-W-E, the wind god, who's basically Zeus,
I
but
didn't
like
know
less
that.
less of a sex pest.
That's good. Though I did
although
notice he said
he-
less.
Well,
not
he's
a sex pet.
To my knowledge, he's not a sex pest.
Thank goodness.
Nobody's fucking in Lord of the Rings. That's not a thing.
You're right. That would not be the Catholic way.
They do not be
It
fucking.
would not. Yeah, he is both Zeus and Michael, the archangel or whatever, the
Yeah.
seraphim.
Yeah.
Like he fills both the roles because Tolkien. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Silmarillion is like slightly like the Bible fanfic at a lot of points.
Oh,
Not
imagine writing
surprising.
fan fiction of the Bible.
Like This is the creator deity, and his name is not God. His name is Iluvatar, and these are his glowing light children who helped create the world, but they're not called angels. They're something else. And it's very silly.
Yeah.
He did Genesis, but just called it something else, and it's like nobody will ever notice.
No one will ever know.
Just like the grand tradition of rebranding other people's religions has done for thousands of years.
And that's what Gandalf is. Gandalf is an angel, except not an angel because they're not called that.
Yeah.
Well, he's like one
he's a
layer
Maya.
down from like prime time angels like Michael, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, he's a Maya, not a Valar or
What?
Valar. The Valar
Yeah.
stronger ones, and the
Maya.
Maya are the weaker ones.
My
But they're just like stronger and weaker angels.
God, that's funny.
There's like 12 Valar, and they form like a polytheistic.
formed a
Oh,
polycule.
Yes.
You went to the
Yes,
same place.
What's the term for a group of gods?
Pantheon.
Great.
Yeah.
Pantheon.
Yeah, and the 12 Valar, they go to Earth, or whatever the Earth is called, and become. They all represent different aspects of the world or whatever, and act like a polytheistic pantheon. And then the
When
lesser
you're like the only
angels
guy in the
can take on
universe, but
different
you
forms
want to
and do
delegate really badly.
the Balrogs are also Maiar, and so is Sauron. They're all basically siblings.
Yeah.
It's weird that
I just
Gandalf
like
doesn't
the
mention
idea.
that. It's like, yeah, that's
That's
my
like-
brother. He's made of fire. I'm gonna go.
Oh, wasn't
Go
he
get rid of them.
converted into a Balrog or whatever? Isn't that what happened?
Yes, the Balrogs are
Balrogism.
a bunch of Maiar that went bad. Not like devils though. That's different.
That's different.
And
So
at one
different.
point, there's a really large spider,
Yeah.
Oh,
a steel spider happened.
Too.
and she eats the light of heaven.
Okay.
And almost
Sounds tight.
eats the devil. It's very fun.
Yeah.
Shut up. Cat!
No,
Stop
he's
Oh.
also
playing.
called Morgoth, and he's the enemy. He's not Satan though. That's different.
Not Satan, that's the adversary.
Ah,
No, because if he was Satan, we'd be doing dualism, which is bad.
Going to duelist kingdom.
and at one point, Sauron loses a fight to a very large dog,
or
and I
Oh my God.
want to see that adapted.
That would be really funny.
There's just a big dog, and that big dog is just fucking up all the bad guys, and Sauron's like, okay, I'll turn into a big dog and fight you, and then
Oh my-
Really in the
I was imagining
level,
like the scenario of like the classic, how big can this dog really possibly get? And at some point it's like, oh no, please honey, get off. Sauron needs to go to work. Please, I can't move.
and one of Sauron's biggest minions is a vampire, and I don't think it's
Like,
at all
biggest
like what you think
in
of as a vampire.
size?
I think it's like a big bat creature.
Nah.
okay,
That's kind of like a
physically
vampire. I saw Vampires Kiss recently. That was also not really what you think of as a vampire.
Oh, something called
was
Vampire's
amazing.
Kiss, not just like two of them smooching. Okay.
No.
Hold on, I
No.
can
The
find
Nick
Vampire.
Cage movie. Which,
Oh my God,
up
no.
until watching the movie, I thought was a comedy. Definitely not the case.
No. Oh well. Vampire kissing.
Or Vampire
Uh,
Kiss. Is it this? Nick Cage running through the street saying, I'm a vampire, I'm a vampire, I'm a vampire.
probably not. Getting a lot of Buffy gifts, but, like none of two vampires kissing. Also
Because I searched Vampire Kiss and I found like these Nick Cage clips. I think it might be it. God, that new Nick one. He looks like he's having a blast in that one.
Yeah, I should watch that at some point.
Same.
It's like, yeah.
Great. Well, I was gonna say,
Briefly 69 health.
nice. Oof.
God, I've seen the teleporter on the wall there. John Romero, what are you playing at?
He didn't make this. He made Sigil.
I know he didn't make it. That's not the point.
Yeah, it's kind of like blaming what's his face, Todd
Hey,
Howard. I was
Todd-
about to say
Todd
Todd
Howard.
Howard. You know, Todd
Todd
Howard for
Howard.
literally everything in a Bethesda game. Like, did
Yeah.
he manually do that? No, but he did it in spirit. It's
Yeah, he did
it's
do
through
that.
him all Bethesda bugs are possible.
Through noblesse oblige, Todd Howard bears the sins of all the Bethesda studios.
The thing is, he really does, and it's like technically that serves a purpose because now no one is like bugging the devs for it, right? Directly. So like he does in fact have to bear the sins for all Bethesda studios, so that no one else gets bothered for it. Which is still really funny. God.
Okay, red key. Ah, stop falling in the lava! Stop falling in the lava!
Goodness.
I'm still getting an echo from a mock thing. Enjoy.
Why'd they make the walkway so damn thin?
So that you
I
would
don't
fall
know
off
how
and
this
get
is
upset.
really happening given that I'm wearing headphones. But that is
Huh.
yeah,
So that's 10 damage
I'm
loss.
wearing headphones and using a headset mic.
Wait, what am I doing? Wait.
Don't stop beeping at me. No, random thing, but I miss when my phone used to be able to have a different notification sound for like text messages than other programs. I don't know why Androids don't do that anymore. I remember that being a thing.
Yeah.
And it was a good thing because sometimes okay, if I hear a Discord beep, like okay, I can't really pay attention to that right now, but if it's like a text message, like, oh, wait, what's that about? Oh my god. This level's so rude.
Ah, crap!
Goodness.
Okay, there's something over there.
Oh my god.
Oh man, they gave you the shocker.
I almost said the Spocker in response.
Oh my god.
Stalker,
Spocker.
2 in the paint, 2 also in the sting.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this came up on Tank's Elite Force 2 stream just yesterday.
Oh yeah, I need to watch that mod at some point. That'll be fun. But yeah, that makes sense. That's why your mind was on. I was holding back from saying like when he said like the shocker, but not the rocker. But God, the Spocker. I haven't thought about that.
Fun
It
fact,
is.
The Rock also appeared on an episode of Voyager
That's so
for
weird.
like a minute.
Ah.
This was
Well-
heavily hyped up at the time.
Oh yeah, I am not surprised.
The episode is Sunkatsu. Briefly fights 7 of 9 in a like alien death match.
Okay, that's
Huh.
not threatening.
Yeah. Oh my god. It's this level's so mean.
And you're like, if only I could pick up the plasma guns from these guys.
Yeah, if only.
If only.
Ah, damn
Damn.
it. So, oh, there's health over there.
Well, now you know. And knowing's half the battle.
G.I. Blow.
God.
And the cat decides to rest on my arm.
Cute, but troublesome at the while gaming.
Why do I do
Goodness.
this sometimes?
Why do you do this? James, I have no end of Doom mods that I could recommend to you that are less, less like this.
This is an official mod, I just
An
remember.
official mod, yeah, this is
And
an
it's
official
like
DLC.
this.
It's just like this.
Which tracks for some Doom levels and
Yeah.
the Doom 2.
Plutonia was official.
Huh.
Platonia was made by modders and like retroactively made official.
Ah.
No, I
As a
think that was
whole.
made for like the official release.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, TNT was the mod that retroactively got released.
Huh.
Don't dodge into the fire.
Coiled City.
Yeah, I just not really had much energy to do much else these last couple of days. So I'm like, you know, just watching videos about Doom, downloading Doom mods, occasionally making bizarre analog horror about Willy Wonka. You know, this is normal for me.
Yeah? I do love that.
It drives me normal.
Again, like, yeah, I brought this all up before. I'm just saying, like, there are Doom mods I've tried recently that I could go, yeah, these are actually good. These would be fun to stream. And you're like, no, I have to play the DLC.
I mean,
Official and
that's
yeah,
an understandable
I
thought.
know.
But yeah, at some point it would be nice to see some of these other like mods that are less mean. Because oh my god, this is so mean.
Then again,
And this
my
is
own
blasting
case,
log too.
yeah, this is such a long level. We thought the spirit drain was long, but this just keeps going.
Yeah.
She just knocked over something, but thankfully it didn't have anything.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Anyway.
no. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Alright.
And she's fine.
Okay. So my own taste in Doom mods actually runs on, like, I don't want, oh, this is an experience like playing vanilla Doom. I want the most insane, ridiculous mod concept.
Okay.
Hence, liking all of this nonsense like myhouse.wad.
Okay.
Which in fairness is a damn good mod.
I bet. I've heard nothing but good things about it.
Like, Lilith.pk3, very divisive mod because of how parts from what Doom is as a game. But I'm like, no, this is good. Like, this is a good mod because it's doing something unique. Like, there is something to be said of, yes, this is Doom gameplay, but like really polished and tight and well put together, but like sometimes you just want something different.
Yeah, and like, you know, with all the, you know, many years experience that like mod makers have like over the years, like, yeah, there's a lot of different to have.
Oh,
You know,
so
wide breadth.
I can't remember if it was this year's CAC Awards or last year's one, but a few years back anyway, there was a mod called Knee Deep in Z Doom, which is like, what if we remade first episode of Doom in Z Doom and like did all the things we could do with that, like, and made like what the game would look like if it was made today, basically. And then someone went, what if we did all of that in vanilla Doom?
Huh.
And so you got Knee Deep in Z Doom, the remake of Knee Deep in Z Doom.
Oh my
And
god.
people were like, please don't make another remake of this. Like,
A Z mate.
yeah. So, yeah, it's apparently a really good mod. It basically is them going, okay, how can we get all of this weird modded stuff to work in vanilla Doom? And they're like, oh, actually, with some ingenuity, you can.
Huh.
Yeah,
Fucking shock troopers.
yeah.
God, they're so annoying.
I just
Alright.
realized the sounds for the Vigilagos are Doom 64 sounds.
Yeah?
Oh,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Because they would already have those on file. You know, they're the ones who... James, this is going to keep happening. If you're standing with your back to shock troopers, you are going to get shot.
I think that's 1,
Yeah, that is one.
2.
Alright. That's a... Now you can line up shots on the other ones. Okay.
Ah, there's just...
Yeah.
Oh, and there's another one.
Huh.
Okay.
Sorry, I quickly checked Blue Sky for a second and seeing, like, let me just link it here, of just someone like Digimon fans for like last 3 years. Please give us a card game app. Like, please, dear God, Bandai. Like a quoted tweet of the Digimon Adventure, the perfume line from Fairy Tale Perfume will be sold online starting December 16th. And it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why is there a
Because-
perfume line?
I guess they don't want to go through the trouble of managing an online card game, even if it's like... Online card games are already pretty easy and cynical money farms.
Yeah. Like, they could make one, and like, you know, they probably would turn a profit. It wouldn't be, like, hard for them, but they don't wanna.
Also, side note, since apparently people take issue with calling it skeeting, have we considered busking for making a post on Blue Sky?
Buskin'? Todd?
It makes me feel good. Like, you can propose that on Blue Sky, but everyone's too busy sleeping to care.
Todd?
You know, say, hey, how about we call it busking?
Buskin'?
Finally, I have the red key.
Yeah, now get out alive with it. Alright. So, what next?
Not the fucking lava. Dumped
Yeah,
myself
you don't
into
want
lava.
lava.
There we go. Okay.
There's.
Nice.
Just get immediately got by the fire.
Oh my
By the
goodness.
sounds of it, one of the plasma, like one of the shock troopers has got killed as well. He just yelps in pain.
Oh my
Yep.
god. The yelp is so
Yeah.
funny.
They make breathing sounds too. Just
Yeah.
usually aren't close enough.
You know
to-
where those guys are, you can, like, rocket them, take them out of blast damage, or, like, maybe
Yeah.
bounce fire off the corners. You're clever about it.
Can you bounce fire off the
Doesn't
corners?
quite bounce, but, like,
Ah,
if it gets
fuck.
caught in there, oh no,
Oh,
that is gonna kill you.
fuck. Wait, there's that big health pickup. Did you pick it up this time? The
Yeah,
black
I
box?
grabbed
Or...
it.
Oh, okay, my bad. I know last time, like, I looked away for a brief second and didn't remember if this time you picked it up or not. Sorry, the yelp makes me laugh every time. God. You know, speaking of games being difficult, like, I still need to actually... I still want to go through Celeste. That said, I don't know if I really want to go through the update expansion area though. Like, it looks very Kaizo in a way I wouldn't like.
Oh, this looks painful.
But just going through the base
When you're
game.
bad at platformers like me, every game is a Kaizo game.
Computer map.
Yeah.
Oh, what were you gonna say, 180?
No, I just said I recommend Celeste. It's very good.
Yeah, it is very good, but like, the final
Weird that
update
it's not
area.
good at that type of game. Look at all those Doom Marines. Shock troopers?
Yeah, it's just all yelping
Oh my
at the
God,
same
there's
time.
68 more enemies, and that's almost my favorite number.
Almost. But yeah, like Celeste is really good, but like, man, that last area looks annoying, and it uses a an exploit. It's like, hey, here's a thing, and we're gonna give you like the 5-second tutorial on it. All right, cool. Now do end game level like jumps with it, and I'm like, oh, this looks hell. I remember seeing someone like stream that part, and I'm like, oh, this sucks. I'm like, this makes me not want to play the final bit of the game. Actually, God. Which is a shame because it's like, oh, I really love Celeste. I remember seeing an LP of like, you know, the game before that update happened, and then it's like, oh, there's a final like epilogue area. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm like, oh, that's straight up Kaizo. Like, and like, really, like, yeah, I don't know. It just does not look appeasing to me.
Here's the map.
Yay!
No biting.
Oh dear, this kitty.
Is that rule of the server, or
That's the rule for this cat to
not the
follow.
rule?
Yeah. Map. They doxed. Like, I Nazir. They really
You
did.
doxed my boy Ian Nasir.
You make one post about copper, and no one's gonna let it go for the next 4,000 years.
Look, he had a whole like box filled with these like receipts of like, hey, this guy like sucks and cheap the fucking cheaped out on what he promised. And it wasn't just copper is the best part. It was a whole bunch of different like jobs. It like he was a man of many hats. And each hat was labeled fraud. Like,
He was a man of many frauds.
yeah. And it's like the fact that he kept them. And the thing is, like those type of like clay
My
like
hate
receipts that they
mail with a
had.
beautiful signed box.
Yeah, like the thing is, it basically was that because it's like those type of like clay tablets were basically meant as receipts. You know, you're supposed to take them, put them in your like mark down like your put in your budget or whatever, like your spending, and then like they weren't meant to last for a long time. But his did because he did carefully put them away in a box, and just it never got disturbed for all this time. And it's like, wow, he really was just the ultimate hater, just like doing all these different jobs, and the people like, hey, what the fuck, man? And it's I love looking and reading through my hate mail, and then just carefully puts it away again, I guess.
Can't wait to see his fate well, I guess fate,
Oh my god.
version.
They really should just make him into a Fate say character or whatever. Or Fate, whatever they call it now.
Cute anime girls. The question.
That is the question. I think, like, they would.
Oh fuck!
Maybe. Oh, well.
I saw so much fire coming at me.
James, you got set on fire by everyone in recorded history at once.
Yeah?
I don't
I
know
got
what you were thinking standing still out there.
I got set on fire by the player who just wants to keep casting Fireball.
Yeah.
Fireball, fireball, fireball.
Just Fireball. Just Fireball.
Yeah, 'cause,
Fire.
like, this place is a death trap. Like, deliberately so.
Is there anywhere here that's not death?
No.
Is there a Denny's here?
Are
Yes.
there the
also
14
death trap,
werewolves, though?
the
Are they
14
behind the
werewolves
Denny's?
outside Denny's.
Doom map. I guess they would be cyber demons in that case.
Every
That is
Denny's
good.
backlot, it's a random encounter that is like 100% guaranteed 14 to 15 werewolves, and you're like, man, why is there that one difference there? And it's like, well, that's the random encounter. That's why it's random.
Yeah? God. Fire's so dangerous in this game, what the fuck?
Fire's so dangerous in real life. Oh man, I've been reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Guess what the best strategy ever is?
Oh my god.
Fire.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
I should also read that at some point. It seems like a fun time in a lot of ways.
It really is. It's
Playing a million games
First
based
book.
on it.
Yeah?
yeah.
I love those.
You
Those
get to
games are
find out
fun.
a lot of homies. You know, I know a lot of people are haters for Zhang Fei. I'm a big fan. I love the way he will start the worst fights for absolutely no reason all the time, forever. Chapter 3 of the book, Zhang Fei whips the commissioner of the king.
Oh my god.
That's not exactly it. It was some title like
Oh,
that.
damn it. There was like armor
Having a
in
good
there.
time.
Yeah, God. It's so wild because it's like I know it's like semi-historical.
Yeah. Liu
Yeah.
Bei, extremely a real person that lived. We have
Yeah.
a lot of evidence of this, but you know.
What if he could wield fucking weapons that weighed like 20 kilos each or whatever?
Yeah.
What
you
if he
know,
just-
he has the divine right of kings, is the thing. So he
Yeah?
gets to it.
He just has
Um,
to do
but
that. It
the
rules.
thing is, it does just the most incredulous scene regarding Liu Bei that has come up so far is a scene that's like, and just as he had assembled 500 men, they were in need of horses to ride out against the Yellow Scarves. It just so happens that two merchants whose way had been blocked traveled past them, and as Liu Bei decided to invite them to go drinking after, you know, he surrounded them with his 500 men, they graciously decided to give him all their golden horses to help with his cause.
God.
And I'm just like, obviously the book just takes this as read, but I'm just reading that passage and it's just like, this sure sounds like the words of a guy who just stole a bunch of golden horses.
Yeah. Absolutely, it's so good. Like, then again, does it take it as completely as read, or it's like, you know, because it does. If you, it almost like I haven't read.
As is very pro Liu Bei. Well, it's up to interpretation, you know. It's Three Kingdoms. No one really wins at the end because it's a historical document to some extent. So it's gotta
Yeah.
at least have the part where everyone dies and no one accomplishes anything.
Well, I mean, it's also like I know it was written by a guy who like the team he rooted for and was a part of for the longest time did not win. So it's like
Yeah. I mean, in older interpretations of the work, people tended to identify Cao Cao as the hero of the story more, whereas newer ones it's Liu Bei because his philosophy aligned more with modern philosophies on things. But there's also a lot of like, I mean, you know, a lot of modern Cao Cao fans will say that the book purposefully makes Cao Cao look bad.
they're hating on their historical blurbo.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, Liu Bei, Zhang Fei, and I'm always forgetting this name, even though he's the most popular one. Guan Yu are some of the most famous historical blorbos of all time. They're up there with like Jesus Christ, actually.
Yeah. It's pretty nuts. God, I remember my ex-girlfriend showed me like one
it's already bad.
Dynasty Warriors game to like, cause you know it kind of is like the theme park ride version of like the Three Kingdoms. You know,
Alright,
the Romance
we're
of Three Kingdoms.
We're at
Oh,
time,
yeah.
basically.
Yeah, that's fair.
Did the Liu
That's
Bei in the
true, yeah.
game, and I quote, have long arms that dragged beneath his knees, eyes far apart on his head so he could see his own ears,
Oh my
and
god.
a brutish expression?
No, but that's amazing. What the fuck?
No, that's the description the book gives. He's like a horseman.
That's so fucked up.
Centaur.
Jack Horseman?
Not even a centaur,
Not
just a
that
horseman. God. Also, that's fun that they have the vault of showing like the different animations and all that. That's cute. God. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, this one though. I forget. I think it was. I forget. God, I'm forgetting which Dynasty's Warriors specifically it was, but like it was kind of showing off like the lesser known stories and lesser known like peeps of it, which is pretty fun and interesting. But I remember like Blue Boo stories and like God, it's just kind of funny of like guy who has like the worst ideas. Like, hey, yeah, I can protect your kingdom while like your city while you're gone. Haha, my city now.
Yeah,
Then
of course,
gets
of course.
ousted, and then it's like no one will ever trust him to defend his their city anymore.
It's really funny. There's a part where they like save Dong Zhou and his army from like the Yellow Scarves, and Dong Zhou's like, "Ah, thank you, brave heroes, for saving me." Wait, you're poor. Fuck off! You didn't help at all.
Oh my God.
And this is one of those times where Zhang Fei tries to kill him, and his buddies have to be like, "No, Zhang Fei, we can't be killing generals."
God.
Supporting hand. The supporting hand. That makes
God.
me laugh for some reason.
It's pretty good. Also, it's so weird that there's no music or anything here other than this
No,
like ambiance.
yeah.
We should play some public domain music over this.
Yeah, where's Kevin McLeod when you need him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Oh,
Doom
they
music.
didn't-
They could have been playing
That's
like
right.
great. I forget the name of it.
Sean's got
But, you
the
know.
shotgun.
Bayonet spikes. That would have been funny.
Yeah. It wouldn't really have the same vibe that Doom eventually had.
Yeah.
For sure. Great. I'm forgetting the name of the three kingdoms, but there's like the one with like the three brothers, right?
Yeah, the
like
three
those
brothers. Yeah, that's
And
what
then
you know.
There's
There's the three brothers. There's the family dynasty, and there's Cao Cao gang.
yeah. Was Cao Cao gang like? Can I remember in that one Dynasty Warriors, like there was like the one, like the one kingdom who kept just having the worst day every mission, where it's like everything goes wrong, where it's like the three generals like, hey, for helping us, we'll let you like control this one city, and like we'll give it to you. Like, oh, that's cool. They go over there, and then one of the three brothers.
Liu Bei and the three brothers are having the worst time most of the time.
Yeah.
Cao Cao, I think mostly the Cao Cao has some ups and downs.
Anyway, night.
Good night.
Night night.
Good night.
Goodbye.